go. Let's see if everything's working. Hello, hello. Just gonna make sure my audio's working. And then let's go ahead and let everyone in Discord know that we're up. I know some people have been waiting. And then we'll go here. Hi! I didn't know you'd be able to go on. I thought you were doing raid stuff. Stream starting now. There we go. Just a few minutes late, but not too bad. And then here we go. Yeah, but I think otherwise we're in. I just let chat know. I had to hide my drink out of the way, that way I don't knock this over later. Alrighty. I think I started, right? Yeah. But yeah, today's really exciting. It's the first day of December, and I've heard some different things for December. I've heard some people want to do editing December or world building December. That's some of the stuff I've been seeing people talking about. World building December. I was mentioning before we could do editing during December. Let's see here. Hello, Shadow. It's good to see you. Oh my goodness, what is happening here? I think you guys can hear my phone going off. My bad. Oh, I didn't. Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I can only put it so far away. I'll put it in my pocket. Maybe my pocket won't be as bad. I'm gonna try and finagle notification spam. It was, okay, to be fair, it was Roots. It was Roots. So everyone blame Roots. That's what I always do for stuff. I always blame Roots for things. Let's see. I'm so popular. It's just you. I'm just messing with some settings really quick while we wait for everyone to stream on in. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. I'm maximizing stuff right now, so if I can't see the chat real quick, just give me 1 second while I edit some stuff. Save that. That should be better. Okay, I think everything is set up. Okay. But hello, Shadow. How are you doing after the last day of November? It's the first day of December now, so our 30-day writing challenge is over. How's everyone doing? It's kind of crazy now realizing, like, oh wait. NaNoWriMo or Novelember or the 50k November challenge, whatever you call it, it's done now. It's all over. You got football games still? Yeah. I feel like you just did. You just came back from a football game. How often do you guys have to do the games? I wasn't a sports person. I don't know how often you guys got to do this. Is it like every weekend now? You got 2 games till a state game. That sounds exciting. That sounds really exciting. You got one every Friday? I could never. Oh god, if I was at school doing all the schoolwork and then people also told me I had to do this exercise game thing every Friday. I could never. Good for you, Shadow. I could never do it. I'm a too lazy of a cryptid. And you do cross country and you do band. Oh my goodness. Isn't it hard to do band and the sports? Because don't they sometimes want the band people at the sports games? He once had 72 hours stay up due to those. Oh my god, I bet. Yeah, that's too many things. I hope you're kinder to yourself next year. That's way too many things. Everyone, don't forget to take a sippy. Yeah, it can get busy, and high school's already so rough. Just doing the classes, so it's just a hard time. I did not enjoy my high school years, and I didn't have as many things as that going on. So I'm always like, I wish we were nicer, nicer to high school age kids. It's rough. You're half happy you're a senior and stuff. Oh, so this is like the last big hurrah. This is the final year. Senior year was like the worst for me. Oh no. It does, like, class-wise, it does get better in college. College is a lot easier with that kind of stuff. Mostly just because, you know, you're not doing stuff every single day. You're not doing all your classes every single day. So in that sense, the school workload is a lot easier in college if you decide to do that. But I think college was also stressful because I had multiple jobs, and I was living on my own with my partner at the time, and I was doing college. It was a lot. I was not kind to my college-age self. The freshmen now, compared to my freshman year, are treated so much better than we were. Oh my god. I feel like that's always the cycle. Once you're a senior, you look back at the new freshmen and you're like, what the fuck? They, like, get away with so much more shit than you did. And they're more annoying than you were. You're like, what the hell? How did this happen? In your band, we were literally cussed at and beat down and built back up roughly. Now we just gotta smile and be nice to them. It's the curse. It's school-wise. It's being the big sibling. You're always get the rougher treatment than the new younger kids. It's never fair. It's never fair. Oh my goodness, that's so funny though. But yeah, I always feel like that's the constant curse. By the time you reach senior year in high school, you look back at the new freshmen and you're like, what the fuck is this? They get away with more shit, they do crazier shit. They're, like, more annoying than you remember being as a freshman. Like, every single new freshman class is more annoying than the previous one. It's just an endless loop. What is this? Now, freshmen now cry to a higher up if we even raise our voice at them. Oh god. I will say I was it's freshman, sophomore, junior, senior. Okay, so yeah, when I was a sophomore, I was either freshman or sophomore. I'm pretty sure I was a sophomore though. There was this one room that was specifically for the senior theater kids. So not any theater kids could go into it, only the senior theater kids. It was just this one room and the whole theater department, right? That they could, like, hang out and chill at for being, like, cool senior kids who were in theater compared to all the other kids who were in theater. And at one point I had the teacher, so again, like, the teacher room said, like, oh yeah, it's just a room for the seniors to hang out and veg at. It was a teacher assignment that's the senior room. But at one point the teacher, knowing I was a sophomore, and again, it's just a little room, it's like whatever, said, hey, I really need this document to go into the document cubby that's in that room, right? Like, I need this delivered here. It's stuff for later. Can you just walk in real quick and drop off the papers and go? And I was like, yeah, sure. She handed me the papers. I went into the room, dropped off the papers. I was going, right? I didn't stay or say hi to anybody. I just dropped off the papers on the table and turned around to go. And, like, some of the seniors there who I knew, like, stopped me, and they were like, excuse, you can't be in here, right? And I'm like, oh, the teacher told me to do it. The teacher gave me these papers to drop off. And they're like, yeah, but you can't be in here, right? Why are you in here? And I'm like, because the teacher told me to drop these papers at this table inside this room. But this is the senior room. Yeah. And the teacher needed these papers dropped off. So I dropped them off, and now I'm going. You guys are the reason I'm still in here. I want to go. So even as, like, a younger kid, I feel like as a younger, when you're, like, freshman or sophomore, you always hate the seniors. The seniors are always assholes. And then when you get to be a senior, all the freshmen and sophomores and stuff are annoying. It's an endless cycle. It will always repeat itself. It's misery when you and the band captain can't raise your voice at them to get them to listen. Yeah. See, I couldn't do that. I have too much of a temper. I remember somebody bothered me too much in class. Like, they were trying to, like, friendly joke with me, but it wasn't, like, friendly anymore. It was, like, low-key kind of bullying, and I was just fed up with them. Even though, like, we had been chill in the past before, I was just like, no, we're not in chill territory anymore. Like, you need to, what is this? And I don't, like, yell at them or anything. I, like, literally, I, like, took their backpack, and they were like, oh, yeah, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Because, like, I went to grab their backpack, and they just slipped out of their backpack. And they were still, like, teasing me and stuff, and I was like, okay. The class had been about to end, so I just, like, unzipped their backpack. I dropped all of their stuff everywhere, all over the floor. And they're like, wait, what are you doing? And I was like, well, this is funny to you, so now I'm doing it back. Do you like it? Because I haven't liked what you've been doing to me. So, and then I just dropped their backpack on the other side of the room. Like, their stuff was everywhere. The pencils, the papers, the folders. I didn't raise my voice or anything. I just reached my limit. And, yeah, their stuff was everywhere. The bell had already rang, and I just left it. And they were like, oh. And they had to, like, get down and pick up all their shit. I will say, I felt a little bad about it. Some of my friends even called me out. They're like, oh, that was a little much. And I'm like, yeah, they've been a little much to me for too long. I'm sick of it. But I did feel bad. But after that, we were cool. And hey, he didn't mess with me anymore. He learned his lesson. So that's one of the things, too. Sometimes you can't always yell. You can't always do, like, anything crazy or over the top. But when you reach your limit, you're like, nope, I do not care about this anymore. I'm gonna drop your shit everywhere on the ground. You can pick it up. I ain't picking up your mess. Oh, man. It's one of those things. I got, in high school, just because I was weird, I did get, like, talked about a lot. I had a lot of bullies who would say shit if I wasn't in the room. And then after people got to know me and stuff, they very rarely tried to do shit to me in person. It was a lot of, like, background stuff that people would try to get away with. They did, maybe I was always scary. Maybe Roots has a point. Maybe I am scary. They very rarely tried to do shit to me in person. Well, as a senior now, they're not as annoying compared to slightly younger ones. And when all the band seniors were cussed out and broken down, they stayed and just dealt with it because we couldn't tell anyone. So we just dealt with it and internally. And that's why the senior class, your grade is so broken from injuries and mental health. Yeah. But you're the best sounding and the best players. Man, yeah, it's brutal. Some stuff like that in high school is brutal. I remember we had a really problematic teacher for an elective class that we had a lot of issues with. We had the teacher before she left. She was going to have a baby, so the next year it was a new teacher who had taken over the class. And we were level 2, because we had taken the class before. And she was not a good person to have around kids. Very cruel, very, lot of yelling, a lot of, like, homophobic stuff, a lot of, like, religious stuff forced down us for this elective that had nothing to do with it. So eventually, like, we tried telling, each building had different teachers and a different guidance counselor. And if you had a problem with a particular teacher or something like that, you reported to that building's guidance counselor. So if a teacher was in building A, you reported to guidance counselor building A. You know what I mean? So for a while, we kept telling that building's guidance counselor all the stuff that was happening. We were trying to document it because it kept, like, escalating. It got really, really bad. This went from a class of almost, like, 30 people till we were down to, like, 6 who had left, me included. So 5 other kids. It was crazy. And we found out after a while that teacher, that guidance counselor in building A was never documenting it because she was actually best friends with that teacher that we were reporting about. They had lunch together every single day. They loved chatting. They hung out after work and stuff. Like, they were, like, super tight friends. And so she was never actually making any documentation about our complaints. And it was, like, getting really, really bad. And so we actually, like, got together and we tried telling the other guidance counselors, now that we know there was the bias. We went to, like, guidance counselor in building B and C and on, and they kept telling us, oh no, you have to go to building counselor A. And we were like, no, you don't understand. We have been, but they're best friends. She hasn't made a paper trail about any of the incidents we're trying to document. And they were like, oh, well, I can't help you. Why don't you go to building C? And then we did that, and C said, oh, no, you have to go to A. And we were like, no. We had to go all the way to a 4th building. We went through 3 other guys, and we went to a 4th building. And that one finally documented it, and put that higher up. And because of that, the teacher found out. That we had been raising these issues with her for some of the stuff she was doing and saying, and honestly got worse. She got a lot more brutal to us. She said a lot more horrific things to us. She yelled so much more often. You could hear her down the halls outside the classroom. Some of us would just sit in that classroom and just cry the whole time. So eventually, after that, when nothing happened, we then went to the principal. We as a group went to the principal. We during our break, we had all got together and we're like, no, we have to do this officially. We cannot seem like we're whiny kids. We have to do it officially. So we had to do like what our issues are. We'll write it all down. What actions we would like administration to take. So we put like the incidents we didn't like the religious things she was saying about us, the homophobic things she was saying to some students, the yelling, some of the screams, some of the cursing she would do about us. We were like, those are the issues we have. And and the other thing too, she would mark us all as failing, just because she didn't like us. So there's the teacher program, and in the teacher program you could either put on the left a number, so like 32 out of 40, 5 out of 10. You could put it as a it's a fraction for the work you did. On the right, you could just put a percent, like, oh yeah, they did all the work 100%. That's how you could do. You could do either or, and it would automatically figure out which one you wanted to. So the other thing she was doing is she would give us a question. She would give us a question sheet. And let's say the question sheet was 5 questions, and we answered all 5, and we got 5 out of 5. So you would think she would go to the left, she would put 5 out of 5, and that would give us an A. She did not. She would go to the right, the percent, and write 5%, 5% out of 100, which is an F. We did 5 out of 5, we should have gotten 100. She put 5 out of 100, she put 5%, which gave us all Fs. A lot of us were failing, even though we did all of the work. And she conveniently happened to know how to do this correctly with the other classes. It was just our class. So we're like, she also needs training in using the teacher software, the grading software, because we're having 5 out of 5 marked on our sheets, but she's marked us as 5% in the system, and we're failing. And it's hurting our GPAs, and a lot of us were seniors, and we couldn't afford our GPAs to fall down that much just for an elective. This was an elective class. And so we went to the principal. We all showed up. It was the whole class of 6 of us, the remaining 6 of us out of a class of 30. We showed up, and the secretary person was like, oh, do you guys have an appointment? And we're like, no, but we need to speak to the principal. And she was like, oh, well, we can set up a thing. And we're like, no, we are going to see him now. As soon as he is available today, we are going to see him. And she was like, oh, you guys, we could set up an appointment with you guys one-on-one. You guys could see your guidance counselors. And we were like, no, thank you, ma'am. We are going to wait out here. We are going to skip that. We are going to wait here until the principal is free. We are going to see the principal today. And we had the paper printed out. We printed this out at the library. This whole entire documented stuff talking about our issues, and what actions we would like administration to do, like teaching her how to use the teacher grading software, and a supervisor to watch her and make sure she wouldn't scream at different stuff at us, because it was getting really, really bad. And after 5 minutes, when the principal finished his current meeting, he was like, the secretary went in and was like, hey, there's something going on. Can you see these girls? It was all girls at this point. It was just the remaining 6 girls. And he was like, oh, okay, what's happening here? And he actually let us all in. He's like, can I see you guys one at a time? And we were like, no, thank you. We'd like to meet you as a group. And we have paperwork already. We'd like to go over it with you. And he was like, what is going on? And we had the whole meeting with him, and he's like, okay. And he's like, we will address this. And we were like, thank you. And we left, and we just continued with our classes the rest of the day. The next day, we showed up, and there was a, oh my God, I forget what they called it, like a corrective teacher, a supervisor type person, something. They brought in somebody to talk with the class and her, so the 6 of us as a class. And the person was at the front of the room talking to us and being like, it seems like there's been a lot of misunderstandings between you guys and your teacher. You guys, maybe we could have all come together and have a better class environment. And behind this person was our teacher, and she looked furious. She was mad. She was so fuming. But every time this corrections person turned around and it was like, don't you agree, teacher so-and-so? Like, don't you think you guys could like work on your communication better with the class? She would just smile and she'd be like, I think you're absolutely right. And then the correction officer would turn back around to look at us, and she'd go back to like giving us the death glare. And some of us, like some of the girls were so traumatized, they just started crying because the corrections officer said he would only be there today. And he wouldn't be here anymore because like he was just helping us today to get along better. And she was furious behind him. And some of the girls started crying, and they said aloud in class, they're like, please don't go. Like, as soon as you leave, she's gonna be furious at us again for the rest of us. She's so mad we brought this up with the principal. Please don't go. She's gonna yell at us more as soon as you leave us. And he was like, oh no, I'm sure she'll be so fine and respectful. And they turn around to the teacher like, isn't that right, so-and-so? Like, you understand? And she's like, yeah, it's okay. Like, we can all start a fresh start and we'll all be so nice together. And then he'd turn around like, see, and she'd go back. She was giving us the death glare. She wanted us dead. If we were in a parking lot, I knew she would have hit us with the card and backed over us. Oh God, she hated us. She was only saying that some of us would go to hell before for being gay, but you know, in that one moment, she was thinking all of us were gonna burn. It was really bad. So yeah, the person left eventually the next day, and she just continued her reign of terror for the rest of the year. It was really hard. Just realized you misspelled a word. Sorry, I haven't even caught up in chat yet. You had a sub who called in 4th grade. You called you a crybaby in 4th grade and called other students all these horrible things, and you couldn't control at the time, and you clung to your desk crying, oh no. And the teacher tried to yank the chair and tried to separate you from the chair and desk, and then the next door teacher heard and knew immediately and pulled you to that classroom for the rest of the day. I'm glad that other teacher stepped in and helped. That's really, really good. So a lot of situations, you know, that kind of stuff goes unchecked. As I was saying with that teacher, right? People heard her yelling at us we had that class for over an hour because it was a double period. Hours, every single day. So immediately got fired. That's good. That's really, really good. No, and man, we tried so hard. We went to every adult we could to get that fixed. To try and keep each other safe. We worked really hard, and in the end, none of it mattered, and we just had to deal with her for the rest of the year, and it got really bad. You never saw that sub again. Yeah, that kind of stuff spreads around in the teaching community. Teachers love to gossip. Not gonna lie, they love gossiping about other teachers. They all know each other's shit. They do. Oh my goodness. Could technically gone to police. Like, it was so hard at that point, you know? Like, that was over months and months and months. Went to that first guidance counselor for weeks. Then it was the weeks going to the other guidance counselors, and that never got further other than her getting mad at us. Then it was the principal. Then it was that, and oh my God, every single thing escalates. She would just get madder and madder and madder. She was almost throwing stuff at the end. And again, it was this class of 30, and then with it just kept dwindling down. Everyone just kept trying to get out of classes and switching their class schedules around. So like the guidance counselors knew, because they would have heard enough to be like, oh, these people are switching out of class. Weeks in, a month in, all slowly trickling down until it was the last 6 of us who just couldn't change our classes. I had already changed my schedule a little bit earlier in the year, and so they were unlikely to let me change any more of my schedule. And I think at that point you just feel really defeated, along with everything else, all the other bullshit that happens in high school, right? Yeah, we're younger. I wish we had. That would have probably been better if we had escalated more, but I think at that point we were like, maybe we are the problem, you know, maybe it is us, and we just had to duck our heads and survive for the rest of the year, and that would be it. Oh my goodness, the crazy stuff you go through. Crazy stuff. I really appreciate the good teachers I've had in all my life, but man, if the bad teachers don't stick with you for forever. You're not ready for 2.5 weeks till Christmas break. Oh my goodness. I kind of miss having breaks like that. For school, you have like these planned breaks every year that you can kind of look forward to, like the holiday breaks and stuff. And now that you're like me in my hag age, like when you're an adult, you actually don't have breaks like that unless you schedule them yourself from like your work or things like that. Like it's not really, it's just kind of go no stop after you leave school. Unless you'd like plan a small mini vacation, but even then it's all the adult stuff of planning a vacation with your work and the bills getting paid and all that. It's not the same. That last week is your state game. Your team is expected to make semifinals to state. That's really exciting. I'm so excited for you, Shadow. That's I'm really excited and I hope that kind of stuff, because it is like the sports stuff, I hope that will look good for college things if you are looking to going to college. Sometimes stuff like that looks really, really good. But again, I don't know the most about the sports stuff. I'm very honest with you guys. I'm like, I know stuff I do know. I know a lot about it. I'll be very honest when I don't know about shit. I don't know how some of the sports stuff translates to application success rates for colleges. But I assume that stuff is pretty good. I could also just be making up bullshit. Who knows? But yeah, I had the idea we might be yapping for a little bit. We're almost at the half-hour mark. And I thought afterwards we could either do story time. I think we still have a chapter or so of Shadow Relic stuff to go through. And otherwise, I was just thinking like, well, we'll all have some yapping time and we'll figure out what we want for December. I originally said the past month we could do editing December. We do all the rough drafts November. We could have editing time now in December. Or I've heard from some other people that it's actually world building December. That a lot of writers get together just during the month of December, they work on their world building for their stories. And I was like, oh, well, if that's the thing, we could do that too. So that's why I kind of have the note here, like, oh, what did we, as a group, as all my little raccoons, what do we want to work through? Okay, back phone kind of being dumb and laggy. Oh no! It's blame Roots. It's all Roots' fault. Even if they're not there, it's still their fault. Here. I don't know if you can hear me or not, so. Blame Roots. There we go. Just in case you can't hear me. See, I knew it. I knew it. They had the little evil emoji and everything. Oh, Roots, we forgot to today. We have our brand new first custom emote. Custom emote. We got that. The artist delivered that today, and it looks, not today, like last night. And it looks super cute. It's our first custom raccoon one, and I forgot to set it up before stream started. I'm so sorry, but that is finished. The artist did finish it. When stream's done tonight, I'll load it up, and that will be for all you little raccoons. Tomorrow we'll have our first custom raccoon emote. I'm really excited. I'm thinking the next one I want to order might be a little cryptid one. Hydrate. Okay, hold on. I got my sippy. I wish my model didn't stare at you guys with an evil soulless glare whenever I did that. Hold on, I had to sneeze. Okay, I think I finished sneezing. I think I'm good. I think I turned off the audio so you guys couldn't hear it. I didn't want to blow out your eardrums. Oh wait, did you still hear it? Did I click the wrong one? I thought I clicked the right one. You've been waiting at least for it to lower down since you only had 2.9 before. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna good. Yeah, basically sneeze my soul out. I'm still a little sick from Roots and Mama Cryptid. I'm still recovering a bit, but I overall feel better. I'm mostly suffering from the migraines in the evenings. And I still blame Roots for that. But yeah, you were waiting for it to lower down. That was the stuff I was fixing in the beginning, where I'm like, oh, hold on, I'm maximizing the screen. I can't look at chat. I'm fixing some stuff. It was Roots reminded me to lower it down a little bit, but not say anything. That way I wouldn't get spammed. And your throat and stuff's still bad from the cold. Yeah, especially if you're in a cold area. Thankfully, we're Florida cryptids. We're Florida cryptids. The weather ain't too bad for us. It's pretty nice. Oh my god, my mouse glitching out. There we go. But yeah, we're Florida cryptids. Thankfully, it doesn't get too chilly for us. But even then, just the sickness passes around. Just cooties everywhere. And Mama Cryptid and Roots had cooties, and they gave it to me. Low is 38 degrees. Oh no, good. No. I think, man, I think all Floridians like shiver, like they say their bones are cold when it gets down to like, what is it, like 60? If it gets down to 60, we kind of lose our minds. I think sometimes it goes a little bit lower at night, like at nighttime, but it's not like super often. The high was 54. No, I could never. Oh my goodness. Let me see if that was another sippy, so no one even tried. No one even tried to tell me I'm not having enough sippies. Let me see if Author Relic is in, because I did have the idea, like, oh, I think we still have more of the chapters he gave us. It's freezing down here, and you traveled with a golf cart. It's too chilly for golf carts. What are you doing? Let's go to chatting, and then is that right? Let me see. At Relic. You on tonight? We can read chapter 3. If you are. Oh, there we go. I try to pay attention to if the person whose story time we're reading is on or not, because I would hate. I know people can look at the VOD later, but I feel like it's good to have the person in chat. That way, if they have any questions or feedback, we could have that like back and forth. You guys can ask questions about my critique. We can do that back and forth a bit. I just said that twice. Oopsie. What was November again? November is it was. Hold on, let me do another line. Was National Novel Writing Month. It got canceled. Now, what is it? Novel Ember 50K writing challenge. Except everyone after NaNoWriMo got canceled has made up their own things to replace it. So you'll see like a ton of other names for it now. There's even like individual writers in their own communities who start their own challenges just for that writing group, and they have the whole name and stuff. But the general concept is you write a rough draft. Write a rough draft during November, basically. That's you just sit down, doesn't have to be good, and you're just gonna write, and you're gonna reach this word count, whatever the word count is. The normal one from NaNoWriMo days was 50K, but you could set whatever word count you want. It could just be 1,000 a day, it could be 100 words a day, it's whatever. What if December is read and we write an old book? It could do that. Yeah. Maybe December world build in December. I don't know if I want to do that for December. Maybe other months. Read, write an old work. And then what was the other one? You said Reading month. Like personal one you've written before. Yeah. I wonder, how would we want to clarify a rewrite versus an edit? That could even be a topic we do one day. Rewrite versus edit. That could be a fun topic for one day. I'm trying to figure out, because I really only planned this challenge for the 30 days of November, and I still thought I wouldn't have a lot of raccoons yet. I wouldn't have as many people watching as they did. So I hadn't planned for further content other than like, oh yeah, after November I might like play games and stuff. I might start working, might start doing more of the business promo stuff for Cryptid Roots, the business with the patches and stuff. And so now I'm over here at the end and I'm like, oh no. I gotta plan more content. How do I keep all my writing raccoons entertained for the rest of the year? So now that's what I'm kind of planning for. I'm like, okay, what do we want for next month? There is, I should say there is an update. Update on Little Witch's story. So that was the, I was talking with the storyboard artist before about the animatic and budgeting and stuff. And I've pivoted slightly. December is creative essay. 6-page essay or 3-page? Where are you saying it's a creative essay? I feel like everyone's knowing so many more things about the calendar of writers than I do now. When I was younger, it was just November was the big thing, and then towards the end it was Preptober, where everyone in October prepared for the writing in November. Oh, you just thought of it. No, there's things like worldwide or national wide, like a lot of writers in the writing communities online like know of NaNoWriMo as the national and international thing. It's like an international thing of everyone in November tries to write a rough draft. I was just thinking personally, I'm like, oh, we wrote in November, I can just do something like editing in December. But then people on stream last night said, oh no, it's world building December. That's the big thing. For our own Raccoon Country national writing stuff. Yeah. We could definitely do our own stuff too. I'm just trying to figure out like what goes on in it stuff. Maybe I can even look it up over here. Let's see. Writing mini calendar after November. Let's see if anything pops up. Raccoon, no. 2 special days. Get your deadlines. Writing calendar for authors. And printed pages. Calendar. That's not what I mean. I want. So it's NaNoWriMo. October. What? World building December. Sorry, I just hit the mic. Hopefully that didn't make any other noises for you guys. NaNoWriMo. October. What happens I don't know. I'm right now in War Thunder, a game using the BF-109. I don't know what that means. I had no idea what that means, but hey, I hope you like the game. So let's see, it's World Building December. Let's see what this is, because again, it was only because chatters last night were telling me that I even knew about it. World Building. Oh my god, creating holidays. Creating holidays sounds fun. I used to love doing stuff like that. Figuring out all the lore, figuring out the world building for holidays and what seasons and stuff would be important to different cultures. Month of world building. Oh, so it seems like from up top here, and then down here, it's mostly for role-playing gamers, or like for a holiday essay. It's a daily art challenge dedicated to world building. Mind Tip Wednesdays. December challenge world building. What is this? Oh, it's even like or holiday novella. Yeah, you guys know with the Inktober, where like the artist, like the drawing type of artist, get the daily prompts all through October about different stuff to do. This almost looks like that, but for writing. This looks really cool. So one is, oh, it's even split at the top here. This is myths, so an origin myth. Weekends and technology is everyday life. History of heirlooms and emblems. Religion has God and ritual. People, secrets and rulers, and then events like ceremonies. It does, yeah, it looks like this is super cool. So in myth, we have origins, fairy tales, monsters. Everyday life, we have everything from the music to trends to pets, at the marketplace. History, we have lost arts. I like that they include lost arts. Religion, funeral rites is really good. Not everyone will have something like a demon, but I get it. December challenge accepted. Oh dear, I wasn't ready. Oh my god, but we could. I can't promise I'll do a good job at it. Hello, Author Relic. It's good to see you. I left you a message on Discord. I'm like, oh, I hope they show up. I would have liked for us to cover chapter 3, but if they're not on, I'll wait for another day. But we're over here. We're looking at a December world building challenge. It's like a story you add to each day. I probably wouldn't do it as a story. I would just do it as like a world building. Like it's just different notes, different little aspects. I'm not sure I want to do it like after November, where I was doing all the rough draft scripts and my own writing off stream and stuff. I'm like, oof, I need a little bit of a break. But I think just going through this and figuring stuff out could be really fun. So let's see. This first one is an origin, so a myth origin of a world. That could be really fun. Oh yeah, my little update. So where the first thing I'll probably work on isn't a full 2-minute animatic. That's what the script was. It was for like 2 minutes of an animatic. The first thing I'll probably do is like some little quick, easily animated shorts, just to get the character concept art down, to kind of get the vibes down. And I would like to do a little quick animated short, just like 5 seconds animated short for each of the witch. So the witches of Witch of the Forest, Witch of the Woods, the Witch of Sacrifice, and the Witch of Rot. I would like to have like a little animated short for each one. So that's probably what I'll do first. And depending on how those go, then it will probably next be the longer animatics. I'm gonna make it as a story. You can definitely do it. I'm not stopping you. I'm just looking at my own work-life balance here after November, and I'm like, oh, everything was supposed to... I did the 30-day writing challenge, streaming challenge with you guys. December, I want to take it a little bit easier on myself, especially with all the workload, because December, the holidays are busy. We make all our stuff. A lot of people are buying right now. We have a lot of orders on Etsy and other places. So I got to kind of balance everything. I'm a working cryptid. I got to earn all the raccoon tokens to buy me and Root's food and our cat's food. What was I saying earlier? Oh, that's right. Author Relic. Yes, welcome. Would you like us to go through? I think we left off. We need to start chapter 3 of your story time submission from earlier. You were napping. Hey, it happens to the best of us. I was napping earlier too. I had a migraine a little bit. I was hoping the nap would help a bit. I'm gonna take another sippy now that I mentioned that. So you finally got your USAA. Okay, I was about to say like USA or something stupid. USAA account working. Nice. Alright. They said yes. Let's set this up. I'm looking on my other screen, so if my model looks a little wonky, that's why. Story submissions. It was the 10th mark. Sneak peek. I'm gonna go here. I'm gonna go to the end of chapter 2. And then I'm gonna go to my OBS and we're gonna switch the screens around. So you guys can actually see it. Nope. There. There. Hopefully that looks right to you guys. Alrighty. Do I need to mess with the screen at all? How's that looking for everybody? Oh yeah, it looks like... No, okay. I thought it was black on the side for you guys. Okay. They make it a little bit bigger so it's easier to read. And then we don't need that at the top. How does that look? Hello. There we go. Are we all excited for story time? So we left off with the detective had told Evelyn, like, hey, there's murdery stuff going on. We gave our critique over this. And he left. Evelyn's gone to drink, her child's asleep. Turned off the light and left the kitchen in silence. Yeah. And we left our critique for that. Last time there were some parts that we were like, oh yeah, it's pretty consistent. This is something as a writer to consistently look out for, which happens very often with writers, right? We normally, as creative writers or any sort of creatives, we have like one or two weaknesses. We have our strengths and we have our consistent weaknesses that are stuff that we have to consciously, once they're pointed out, look at throughout our work to make sure we're not falling into those traps. And then there was just like one or two like unique things that pop up, and those are all stuff to keep an eye out for. So I feel like I will make sure my lo-fi beats are reset. Let me see. Yeah, because we're almost at the end of it. Oh my goodness. And then we could have story time. Hello, what? It's good to see you. You came here just in time for story time. Oh man, what document was I on now? Oh dear. Okay, there we go. I got lost between all my monitors. My 3 monitors. Okay. Is everyone excited for story time? So yeah, so last time we read, we finished chapter 2 here of Author Relic. Author Relic's been nice enough to share a few chapters with us for one of their already published works. And still, even though it's already published, listen to my critique and feedback. And act like what I have to say is actually good and important. So we're gonna start chapter 3 today. It's totally fine if you haven't kept up with the other chapters. We're gonna read through it, and I'll give 1 or 2 pieces of critique and feedback. And this is also, even if you're not caught up with the story, it's still good to like, oh, this is what people pay attention to. This is how you can kind of look through a work and do a quick little thing, like what, as a writer yourself, as whatever creative thing you're working on, this is how I can critically look at my own work. Not hate on it. Some people think being critical means like hating on it, like not finding anything good. You can be critical and critically acknowledge the good parts of your writing, and then also be like, oh, my writing's weak here, my writing's weak in this aspect, this is stuff I need to work on. So yeah, let's go ahead and start chapter 3. I'm excited. I'm gonna move the mic to bring it a little closer to me. Hello. Okay. Cryptid hates your book. No. You asked for critique. This is critique story time. You honestly are such an amazing good sport to give us this amount of work to read through and have the critique for each chapter. It's honestly really, really amazing. I hope a lot of other people are getting, not just you getting good feedback on this, I hope a lot of other people are getting good feedback on this as well, for things to look for in their own writing. So thank you so much. Oh, should I edit the stream? I'll do that. Let's do... I can't even type. Reading your stories. There we go. And done. I think the stream info should be updated now for anyone new who's coming into stream. They'll at least know we're having story time. The morning settled over Hemlock Falls in silence, wrapped thick in a blanket of fog that clung to rooftops and trees like breath on a mirror. The rain from the night before had soaked into everything, and now the town seemed suspended in the aftermath, damp, colorless, and still. The kind of morning that made you whisper without knowing why. Inside the small duplex on Hawthorne Street, Evelyn shuffled through the kitchen, half awake, the scent of brewing coffee drifting through the air. Milo scarfed down this morning's breakfast as if he hadn't seen food before. Daniel, on the other hand, was digging into his favorite meal of shredded wheat and cold milk with a dash of sugar. As Evelyn poured herself a cup of coffee and took a slow sip, the warmth loosened the stiffness in her shoulders. The apartment felt too quiet, like the whole place was holding its breath. She was just about to step away when a knock sounded at the door. Soft, but deliberate. Milo's head snapped up, a low whine rumbling in his throat. Evelyn reached down to give his head a gentle pat. "It's okay, boy," she murmured. She set her mug down and brushed her hair back with one hand as she opened the door. A woman stood on the small concrete step, mostly obscured by the fog rolling in off the pines. She wore a long gray coat cinched at the waist and carried no umbrella. Her dark hair was pulled back into a neat bun, and her pale face was calm, almost blank, save for the faintest trace of a polite smile. "Good morning," she said, her voice soft but clear. "I'm Lena Harrow, your landlord. I live just across the street." Evelyn blinked. "Oh, come in?" Lena shook her head lightly. "No need. I just wanted to welcome you properly. Didn't want to interrupt while you were still settling in last night." "Thank you," Evelyn said in a welcoming tone. "That's very kind." Lena's eyes flicked past Evelyn's shoulder into the apartment. Not nosy, just observant. "I keep an eye on things around here," she added. "If anything isn't working, heat, drains, whatever, you can knock or leave a note in the mailbox." Evelyn nodded. "Appreciate that." A pause hung between them, long enough to feel intentional. Lena glanced down at Milo, now standing rigidly behind Evelyn, tail straight. "He doesn't like me," Lena said softly, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. "He's just wary of new people," Evelyn said, though she could feel Milo's tension radiating through the floor. "He'll warm up." Lena's smile stayed fixed. "Dogs know things. I've always believed that." A subtle prick of unease crawled across Evelyn's skin. She shifted her weight, keenly aware of how silent everything had become. "Well," Lena said finally, stepping back into the fog, "I'll let you get on with your morning." She vanished into the mist almost as quickly as she'd appeared, swallowed by the gray just a few steps off the porch. Evelyn closed the door slowly. After a few seconds, returned to her coffee, which was still hot to the touch. Daniel, now finished with his bowl, had left the kitchen and was watching cartoons in the living room. Then came another knock, softer than before, but sharp in the quiet. Evelyn set her mug down and went to the door, opening it to find a church elder, a man in his late 60s, pale beneath the porch light, his eyes dark and unreadable. A small wooden cross hung crookedly from his coat. "Good evening, miss," he said with a gentle smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, his voice low and measured, lingering in the air. He held out a tan envelope, his hand steady despite the chill in the air. "I've never seen you before," he said quietly. "Are you new in town?" Evelyn hesitated, then nodded. Yes, my son and I just moved in. The elder nodded slowly, his gaze lingering on her face as if searching for something. He's lowered his head slightly and murmured a soft prayer, words hushed and old. When he looked up again, his eyes were solemn. These past months, darkness has settled over this town. The killings. His voice trailed off, and he shook his head as if to clear a grim thought. Evelyn took the envelope gently from his outstretched hand, the paper rough against her fingertips. She watched him, uneasy, as he straightened. Be safe, Miss... he began, his voice trailing off expectantly. Thorne, Evelyn supplied quietly. Miss Thorne, he repeated with a nod, his expression unreadable. His tone was both gentle and ominous. He turned away, descending the steps with measured, quiet steps, his dark coat blending into the fog as he continued up the street, stopping now and then to slip envelopes into mail slots or knock softly on other doors. She closed the door slowly, the soft click of the latch loud in the hushed apartment. For a moment, she just stood there, the tan envelope in her hands, its paper cold and rough against her fingertips. Drawing a slow breath, she walked back into the kitchen, Milo pressing close to her side. She set the envelope down on the table, hesitated, then slid a finger under the flap and tore it open. Inside was a single sheet of thick, cream-colored paper. At the top, in dark ink, were the words, Candlelight Vigil, this Sunday, Grace Fall Church, in memory of Riley Penn, the latest victim in the Silent Nine killings. Evelyn's eyes froze at the words, the Silent Nine. It was the first time she'd seen it in writing. It hit differently than whispered conversations or vague articles. Seeing the words laid out so plainly, so publicly, made it real in a way it hadn't been before. She read the name, Riley Penn, and a cold, hollow ache spread through her chest, as if the air itself had grown heavier. Someone had slipped this under her door. Maybe everyone in town got one. Maybe not. She turned toward the window again, the fog still thick and unmoving. By late morning, the fog had begun to lift to a somewhat grayish sky with pockets of light sun. Evelyn bundled Daniel into the car with the promise of ice cream and a chance to stretch his legs. Milo stayed behind, curled near the door, tail thumping once as they left, as if to say, "Don't be gone too long." They drove slowly down Hawthorne Street, the houses barely more animated than they'd been the day before. Curtains drawn, yards neat but lifeless. It was a Tuesday, but Hemlock Falls didn't seem to care much for time. The streets looked the same as they had when she'd arrived, still, almost frozen in place. Downtown had more activity. A few pedestrians milled about. Someone hosed down the sidewalk in front of a hardware store. A woman walked her dog across the street, eyes down, brisk pace. Evelyn parked in front of a bakery, and she and Daniel walked to the sidewalk, hand in hand. They turned the corner and passed a narrow shop with an old tin sign above the door that read, Jensen's Electronics. The front window was lined with televisions, 5 of them, all stacked in mismatched rows on shelves. Then a static crackle on one screen. Oh, let me make note of that. Static crackle on one screen. The others buzzed faintly with a news segment in progress. A bright yellow logo in the corner read, Channel 6, BNNW. Evelyn paused as Daniel pressed closer to the window, curious. The anchor on screen, a serious man in a gray suit, gestured toward a grainy map behind him. "Joining us live from our Blightfield studio," the anchor said, "is investigative reporter Jonah Reed, who's been following the ongoing developments in Hemlock Falls, where 9 residents have been murdered in the last 9 months in what the media is now calling the Silent 9 killings." Evelyn's jaw tightened. The screen cut to Jonah Reed, seated behind a desk, sleeves rolled to his elbows, tie loosened. His voice was calm but carried the tone of someone who knew how to make silence feel like suspense. "I'll be heading to Hemlock Falls later this week," Jonah said, his tone steady. "Authorities there are staying tight-lipped, but sources suggest there are details the public hasn't been made aware of. My goal is to get closer to the investigation, speak with local officials, and better understand the scope of what's now being called the Silent 9 killings." Evelyn didn't want to hear any more. She took Daniel's hand and led him away from the window, the buzz of the broadcast still faintly audible behind them as they walked. I'm just going to reread this. Stepping into May's diner a few minutes later, the bell over the door jingled the same way it had before, but the place felt different now. As something had shifted. Maybe it was her, maybe it was the news, maybe it was the way the fog had just lifted enough to let reality back in. No. Martha looked up from the counter. "Well, aren't we back so soon?" she said with a smile. "That's a good sign, I'd say." "Had to bribe my co-pilot with ice cream," Evelyn said, giving a smile towards Daniel. "Well, that's the best kind of bribe. Grab a seat, I'll send someone over." As they slid into the same booth as before, a younger woman approached, early 20s, dark brown hair tied up in a quick ponytail. Not quite confident in her footing, but trying. "Hi," she said, offering a nervous smile. "I'm June. I'm new. Martha said you were the writer from out of town." Evelyn blinked. "That's me." "Well, welcome to Hemlock Falls. We don't usually get new folks unless they're passing through." Evelyn nodded politely, and June smiled again, then added, "Ice cream?" Daniel raised his hand enthusiastically. "Yes, please." June laughed. "And what are we having?" "2 scoops of vanilla and a cherry on top," Evelyn said. That was Daniel's favorite ice cream combination. June nodded and scribbled it down. "Coming right up." They lingered over ice cream until Daniel's eyelids grew heavy and the afternoon sun began to break through the thinning clouds. Then they drove home, the town slipping past the windows in slow gray waves. Evelyn turned onto a quieter residential street, one she hadn't noticed before. In the side yard of one home, an older woman stood hanging laundry. Her hair was white, pulled into a loose bun, and she moved with mechanical slowness, reaching up, pinning a sheet, reaching again. As their car passed, she stopped. Her hand held a clothespin midair. Her eyes locked with Evelyn's through the glass. Not a glance, not curiosity, but a cold, unblinking stare. Evelyn's breath caught and her fingers tightened on the steering wheel until her knuckles blanched. As they passed the house, an older man, maybe her husband, stepped out behind her. He didn't wave. He didn't speak. He simply placed his hand on the woman's arm and quietly guided her back towards the house. Evelyn didn't say a word. Neither did Daniel. Arriving back home just after 1:15 p.m. The sun hadn't fully returned, but the fog had finally lifted, and the outline of the street started to sharpen again. Still, Hemlock Falls felt flat and dull from the still mostly gray skies. Evelyn unlocked the door, and Daniel slipped past her, making a big flip onto the couch, where Milo had greeted him with a soft whine and a few wags of his tail, stretching as he had just gotten up from what seemed to have been a long, restful nap. Evelyn hung her coat, stepped into the kitchen, and opened a cupboard. There wasn't much in the pantry, but she pulled together a light lunch. A few peanut butter sandwiches, apples, and 2 mugs of cocoa. Comfort food, if not balanced. On the floor, she grabbed Milo's dish and put it on the counter to fill with the bag of dog food that they had brought with them, its contents almost empty. Evelyn made a note on the fridge that they'll need to get another bag before the end of the day tomorrow. After they ate and Milo was fed, Daniel played quietly with his toy cars in the living room, while Evelyn washed the dishes and unpacked the last few things to make the kitchen feel less like a stopover and more like a beginning. The hours passed without event. At 6, she started prepping dinner, something a bit more home-cooked than the last few meals. Ground beef with mashed potatoes, seasoned from memory. By the time the smell filled the small kitchen, the light outside had softened into an early dusk. Milo paced near the front door once, alert but not alarmed, before padding over to the window and settling in to watch the cars drive by. Dinner came and went. By 7:30, Daniel was in his pajamas, curled up with a book under his blanket in his room. Milo had taken his place near the end of the hallway, alert but relaxed. Evelyn stood in the kitchen for a moment, looking out onto the street. For the first time since arriving, the sky was clear, the moon shining bright. She thought things finally felt at ease, at least inside the apartment. Evelyn turned off the lights one by one as she made her way to Daniel's room to read him one of his stories before bed. By 7:45 p.m., he was fast asleep in the middle of a story. She closed the book silently and kissed him on the head before creeping slowly into the hallway, leaving the door ajar. Evelyn sat on the couch and turned on the TV. A flickering blue wash came over the room. The only other light came from one of the floor lamps in the corner. Evelyn flipped through the channels before stopping on Channel 6, BNNW. A segment on road construction ended, followed by a shot of Grace Falls Church, candlelight flickering faintly in the background. This Sunday's candlelight vigil at Grace Falls Church will honor the life of Riley Penn, the 9th confirmed victim in the so-called Silent 9 killings, the anchor said. The image changed. File photos of police tape, a still of a news conference, the blurred shape of a gurney being wheeled through a field. Authorities have now confirmed that each of the victims was found with a carved symbol. Police have declined to release the nature of the markings. Those sources indicate the symbols appear intentional and unique to each case. Evelyn sat up straighter. A carved symbol, she thought. All 9? The word lingered. Symbol, not wound, not random, not personal, but marked. Okay. I think, that is the end of chapter 3. Oh my goodness. I missed some things in chat here. Let me catch up here. Just got over being sick last week. Oh, I'm so sorry, Shadow. You are having a rough time the last few days. There we go, your stream froze? The Steam? The Shadow Legion. Hello, we have another Shadow. It's good to see you. Oh my goodness, you guys are gonna have to fight over who I actually call Shadow in chat. Let me put my mic down again. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. But let's go over here. So, Author Relic is submitted his stuff a few times now. So he's a pretty tough cookie. He knows how to handle critique. So I'm gonna say my 2 pieces of critique and point out just little fixes here and there. Hi, when you read other people's stories, whenever people submit them sometimes, as long as my voice is okay. Sometimes I can't do it right away, just depending on how sick I am or if my voice is okay or not to read more. Has something that I plan to rewrite for some additional feedback? Of course. The only thing I ask is no spicy, sexy scenes. And again, we want to clarify that if like the work that you submit is okay, like the individual paragraphs or pages you submit are okay, even if it's part of a book that is spicy, as long as the individual things I'll read on screen aren't spicy, that's fine. I just I was too embarrassed to read anything too sexy on screen. Yeah. But yeah, it is for Shadow Legion. We have a Discord. You can feel free to join the Discord, and there's a section in the Discord that says story submissions. And all you do, I ask no more than 3 pages. Author Relic has been here for a little while, so he has actually let me read some of his published work here. Author Relic is published, and he still cares about what I say. So when I had the time, I go through a little bit longer sections, but just in the beginning, I ask for 3 pages at most, and then if you submit some more stuff over time, we can go up. Or you could ask me like, hey, it's actually a longer work, is this amount okay? And as long as I'm okay for reading it, we can do that. But it is story submissions. I read it on stream, and then I do give just 1 or 2 pieces of critique. So we never bash your work, we never say anything mean. It's all very nice here, but we do try to give feedback that helps get it to the next level, to help you in your writing stuff. Because sometimes it's really hard to figure out, okay, I wrote this thing. How do I make it better? How do I improve my writing craft? It's really hard to do that without getting feedback from other people. Call me Legion, keep your shadow. Oh, okay, I'll call you Legion. I haven't set that up yet. If you look at my stream channel, the stream thingy, it should show the link. What was I saying? Let me see if I can get Roots to do it too. Let's see if Roots is still on, and you'll see them as Knitbone in the chat, but it's still Roots. And they're the only ones here besides me that can post links in chat. Hey, Discord link in chat. You found it in the about. Yeah. Okay, good. I know some people were having issues with it before of trying to find it, but yeah, it's right there in the about area. See, I don't know the technical words. But yeah, you can submit it. So you haven't had anyone read through the book in front of you, so it's beneficial because if I miss something and your editor missed something, then I can quickly run and fix it. Cryptid is my non-paid on-stream editor. But it's nice to see what other things. Yep, that's basically what I'm here for. I'm not an official editor, but I am like your little writing support buddy for everyone here. I give 1 or 2 little feedback things, and I hope it makes everyone feel better that there's something tangible they can improve on. Because sometimes it is hard without other people helping you with your story. It's hard to realize your blind spots. But that now being said, I have to cough, so I'm gonna mute my mic really quick. Hold on. Okay. I think I'm done with my cough and fit. Hopefully you guys didn't hear that. Oh my goodness. Let me take a sippy real quick. Okay. There, I feel a little bit better now. That was crazy. I hope you guys didn't hear that, but that was like a whole cough and fit. So, our critique here for everyone who's still submitting to the Discord and getting that ready. Just make sure you read the Discord rules, and then yeah, like I said, other than just no spicy content, just up to 3 pages at a time. And yeah, I'd love to read your guys' work later, and we can all share it. You can afford 9 sippies. I'm changing it immediately. It's gonna be 1 million points now. I'm gonna change. It's gonna be 1 billion points. You guys are never gonna make me take sippies. You also plan on adding some timestamps to make the year more clear. Okay. Not me over here hacking my lungs. Hey, it's okay, I was hacking them too. Hopefully, I think I do the right button to mute it so you guys couldn't hear it. You can afford 2 sippies. Oh dear god. Yeah, when I first had the sippies, so everyone knew here, they they spammed me with the sippies. It was horrible. So I had to increase the price so that way no one could afford the sippies anymore. Um, and recently, because everyone's been good, I lowered the price of the sippies, and I foolishly thought maybe people wouldn't notice. But it seems like my raccoons already have, and they're already calculating their sippies. Uh, you got 13. You can afford. Is this the new raccoon currency? No. No. Hey, I'm still had to give you critique. You have to be nice to me. I'm about to critique your work. I just read all this. I'm gonna give you critique. If you're mean to me and you drown me in sippies, I can't give you critique. So, alright. I really liked the uncanniness as I'm going through here. I loved the uncanniness because I try to say things that I love too, because it's good to hear the things you did well. I love the uncanniness of these two weirdos talking with your character, with Evelyn. I'm like, these guys are weird. It absolutely gives the smaller town. They're a little unhinged. There's something kooky about them. You don't know if it's harmless weird or if they're like psycho killers weird. And now this town has like 9 murders, so it's leaning more towards they could be the killer, right? Like they feel weird. They feel uncomfortable. And I think you got that tone about their personalities, about how they present themselves really, really well. I'm like, yeah, this is an uncomfortable situation with these weirdos. That are now your landlord and your neighbors and the local church person. Right? So I'm like, yeah, that vibe, you nailed that vibe. I did... Let me see here. There was a part I almost wished some of Evelyn's reactions we went into a little bit more. Throughout the whole book, there's a weird feeling from everyone Evelyn comes in contact with, including the sheriff. You never know who the killer is or if there's multiple, etc. Yeah, and if this vibe continues, it's absolutely the right vibe. I love the vibe. The vibe is really, really good. I think I said this in earlier chapters. You're very good at setting a tone. You're very good at getting a vibe with the characters or the setting. You have a very clear mood that you're trying to write, or a very clear tone you're trying to get across. I think that is one of your strengths as a writer. You're very clear with that, and you do convey it well. I think I mentioned this in an earlier chapter too. I'm like, oh, I wish you put more details about our main character Evelyn here responding to stuff, what her thoughts are, how she's interacting here, because sometimes she's almost like a little NPC coded. She's just a little bit not as interactive here on the text. Like here, this was a good part, right? A subtle prickle of unease crawled across Evelyn's skin. And I'm like, oh, that's good. I know how Evelyn... I know how Evelyn's feeling here. She shifted her weight, keenly aware of how silent everything had become. That's what I want. I'm like, that was a good part. That's exactly what I was suggesting you add more details of how Evelyn's reacting, responding, feeling about things. Because she is our main character. We're getting a lot of this info, these vibes, through her, because she's our main character. And there are sometimes sections where we don't understand how Evelyn's feeling. So having more things like this, where she does kind of reveal her responses, how she's acting, why she's reacting to things, I think would make the text a little bit stronger. Let's see here. Let's see. So like here, she gets a second knock, right? And then she goes to open the door. And I'm not even sure. Like, I wish there was even stuff like, oh, is she annoyed? Does she think it's the landlord again? Is she getting paranoid? Why is there 2 people knocking on her door the second day she's here? Is she getting a little scared? Right, when she opens the door to an elder. I wish there was almost like more of how is Evelyn reacting to things. So this here, she closed the door slowly. For a moment, she just stood there, the paper cold and rough against her fingertips. Drawing a slow breath, she walked back into the kitchen. She hesitated, then slid a finger under the flap and tore it open. So, like, even here, like, you're saying physically what she does, but I'm like, did she take a slow breath because she's annoyed over all these weirdos knocking on her door? Did she take a slow breath because she's getting paranoid? Both those people were creepy. She's worried. Did she take a slow breath because she's worried every time she hears a knock that it's her ex, who wasn't right? He wasn't a safe person to be around. She had to flee her ex. She took her kid and she left. So like every time she hears the knock, does she think it's him? Like what's going on here? So like you're saying physically what she does, but I liked this earlier one. This earlier one here, you nailed it. It's the subtle prickle of an ease crawled across her skin. She's keenly aware of how silent everything had become. That lets me know, oh, this is how she's feeling. This is uneasy. She feels a little sense of danger. She's shifting her weight. She's getting really uncomfortably aware of the silence. That lets me know what Evelyn's feeling. Sometimes, other times, it's just physically what she's doing, but I don't get a feeling of how she feels. So just being aware of that, right? And I think I mentioned that in an earlier chapter too, right? Breaking up, sometimes putting more emphasis on how Evelyn's thought process, on how she's responding as her main character. That would make her a stronger main character. When your wife read the book, she was like, this guy is the killer, right? And I'm like, IDK, is he? Yeah, see? Little troll responses and stuff, you're funny. What else did I note here? There was, same as last time, I noticed like one or two funny sentences. Let me see here. And then this is more of a developmental edit. This is a broader scope. When I was going through it, you mentioned someone slipped on the door. You said that was like an edit, like oopsie. You left it in, so I'm not going to comment on that. You said like, oh yeah, I recognize that was an oopsie. So I don't need to tell you about that one. Someone had slipped this under her door. When it was the dude had handed it to her. But one of the other things, I was almost getting confused of, she and her kid had breakfast. We then follow them through all the way back into town, to the downtown area, for them to get just ice cream. Yeah, stupid Google Documents, bad edits. It happens. We just make do with what we have. And this entire segment, so from what page is this? Oh, I'm trying to see. 2, so this is page 3. So midway through page 3 is just them going into the diner, but not even for food, because she's cooked. She's cooked breakfast and she's gonna cook dinner. She's not even eating food here, they're just getting ice cream. Just for them to drive back. So I'm like, okay, this almost felt like we didn't quite need this. We're introduced to a new person at the diner. That could have almost been done in another scene. I feel like the only point of it was to look at this news broadcast that they passed by. But even then, it almost feels a little awkward here, because the previous chapter, they pulled directly into the diner. Right, there's the parking lot right outside the diner, and then they sit there and they can look past their car and they can see the sheriff's office. But here, for some reason, she drives into town and they park outside Jensen's Electronics and they walk however far it is to the diner. The diner was just to add Jonah and June. Okay, it was just filler. Yeah. And that's one of the things too, like recognizing like, oh, I did this to make this scene possible, but maybe you could rearrange other things in order to introduce those characters and get rid of the filler. Like maybe June could have been introduced in chapter 1 along with the other staff member in the diner. And Jonah was the screen cut to Jonah Reed. Okay, that's right. He's the investigative journalist. Let me see. Joining us live from Blightfield Studio is investigative reporter Jonah Reed, who's been following the ongoing developments in Hemlock Falls. Totally agree. Yeah. And that's, again, like, this was your first book and your first published book, it's really hard to pay attention to these little fixes and stuff the first time you write a novel, right? But now going forward because you're working on your new story, and you even mentioned in Discord, right, you're plotting things out, you're making the timeline. Now when you catch yourself, right, now that you're going forward with the new story, so you're like, oh, I'm making all this filler just to make one little note, one little character plausible. You can catch yourself and you can be like, oh, is there a better way to rewrite this to more naturally insert a character or insert a plot point or device, and get rid of the filler. And that's now a technique that you now recognize, right? So it's not bad. I never want people to think things are bad. Everything's just the learning opportunity to make the next story better. So yeah, Jonah Reed is the investigative journalist. And yeah, if I said June could have been added in the earlier chapter with the diner, I feel like maybe Jonah Reed could have been introduced when Evelyn's here on the couch watching TV at night. And we could have skipped some of the stuff. I did like the part here of her driving through and she's seeing this old lady. I feel like maybe you could even done more with that and make it even creepier. Because it almost felt like a little short, and I almost wanted to stay in this moment, like with the earlier stuff with the neighbors, how uncomfy it was that they were talking with her, and there's the long silences, and I'm like, oh yeah, these people are creepy. This one, I was like, oh yeah, it's a little creepy, but it almost seemed like she had a stronger reaction here than she did with the creepy neighbors and the priest guy. You just wrote a snip of a sci-fi book you're trying to write. Can you read what I have? It's not long. Yeah, sure. That's totally fine. I yap for hours, don't you worry. But yeah, so I think we noticed some similar things from earlier chapters, right? So it's more consistent things you have to work on. And then yeah, we have the new thing here in this chapter of like, oh, I think you could rearrange some plot points to make the filler get cut out and more naturally introduce other characters. And I think that's my critique for this one. But thank you so much. Thank you so much, Author Relic. It's always such a pleasure to read through and dissect this, and I'm looking so forward to hearing more updates on read chapter 4 Bangs on Desk. Hold on. Shadow Legion's joined us too. Legion's joined us. We need to read everything. And sometimes it's good too to space things out. That way each critique like takes time to soak into your brain. If you get too much critique chapter after chapter, you start losing individual critiques. You're threatening me, my own raccoons, and my own chat. Oh my god. But no, we're gonna take a quick break. Let's see. Oh, what and Legion submitted. So let's Shadow Legion asked, I'm not sure if they're going to bed anytime soon, so let's do Shadow Legion first. Let's see here. Is it gonna show on OBS? Yes. Okay. Oh yeah, this is super short, so yeah. Everyone's submitting. It's exciting. We're getting a lot of story times. So Whisper the Shadow Legion. Yeah. Okay, that's the using. I'm gonna lift up my mic again. Hold on. Chapter 1. That scared me. You had the access to it, and I'm like, wait, what happened? It was you. Okay, chapter 1. Kiara stood on the balcony of her skyscraper she called home, staring out at the night sky, but remembering her mother. Her mother worked for a company called Suit Up, which made military suits. But now that she is gone, both she and her brother Zane are the company's CEO. As Zane noticed her outside, he swiped his card to open the modified door and walked next to her. Kiara noticed him with his dark hair and blue eyes, which he got from his mother. You're thinking about Mom, aren't you? Zane said in a low whisper. We have to get ready for the next generations of suits. We are selling for Commander Freeman. Zane said one last time as he walked back inside and opened what looked like a computer desk, and walked down the stairs to grab his suit, with Kiara following right behind him. All right, thank you. Yeah, you're right. It was just a quick little section here. How did Cryptid scare herself? Did I scare myself? I don't remember being scared. Maybe I was so scared I forgot. It's possible. I'm a scaredy cryptid. So here, I first, since this is your first time for story time, I've had other streams where we talk about the different types of edits, different types of critiques you can get. So there is developmental, which is plot-wise, right? Story arcs, plot points, the really wide scope over the whole story. This is just a little section, so I won't give you that. I'm not worried about that. The other is line edits, right? Making sentence by sentence things work better. And then copy edits, which is just like the grammar. And I don't do grammar too much. I've been trying to write this story, and the first time ever writing a story. That's really exciting. Oh my goodness, I wish you had been joining us for all of November. November is the really great international. All writers start trying to write their rough drafts during November. But anytime is a good time to start writing your story. So that's really, really exciting. I really want to encourage that. So what you might find more helpful, rather than going straight into trying to write all the fancy perfect words, is actually just getting your plot outline done, right? Getting structurally what, like bullet points, little notations. This happens here, then this character's introduced, then this happens and that happens. That's always going to save you so much work. It's going to be a lot easier to manipulate and adjust and fix your story and fix plot holes at that stage. Otherwise, sometimes if you go straight in like this, trying to get it all perfect, and then halfway through your story, you then realize there's a plot hole, or you wish you'd done this thing earlier in chapter 2, but now you're already in chapter 10, right? It gets really, really hard to edit. It can be very demotivating. But there's still edits even when you do the final drafts and stuff, right? That still happens. But if this is your first time writing a story ever, that's going to be one of my first pieces of advice. It's going to be really, really helpful if you can just physically make a little plot outline of what happens. But otherwise, I think at this stage with this little snippet, the main thing you might be looking for is line edits, right? I don't know what the plot is, so I can't give you developmental edits. And I'm not worried about copy grammar edits for a first draft. That's too nitpicky. So for line edits, I will give you a little bit of critique. Some little things here. Some of the sentences read a little wonky. So let's see. But now that she is gone, so this she in this part, right? This she is about the mother. Hold on, my model. This beginning she is gone. That's talking to the mother. There's then a comma. Both she and her brother Zane are the company's CEO. That's talking about Kiara. So now that mom is gone, both she and her brother Zane are the company CEO. Yeah, little things like that. When you have multiple she's or multiple people with the same gender tag, so either if it's she's, if it's he's, if it's they's, if they all have the same gender used tag, and you use it multiple times in a sentence, it can get a little wishy-washy. The readers could get confused. Alright, so that's the one. And then here, which he got from his mother, I was almost running like, oh wait, does Zane have a different mom? Because if it's his mother, that's a different mom. If it's both of their mom, they have the same parents, if they're not half siblings, then it's their mother. It's Their, their mother. Mama Cryptid followed me? Oh my goodness, hello and welcome to Cryptid Cult. That's a perfect username to hang out here. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoy. Yeah, that. Oh. Wait, that's you, Mama Cryptid? Guys, that's the actual official Mama Cryptid. That's Mama Cryptid official. That's so funny. I had no idea. Yeah, you should add official to it. That's really funny. Oh my goodness. You got a celebrity in the stream now. But yeah, little things like that. And so there's a little like sentence clarity fixes that you, not just here, but just going forward in your writing, you can now pay attention to. You'll be like, oh, when I write this sentence, let me make sure the readers are aware which character I'm talking about. So that's a really good piece of critique, right, for that clarity. And the second piece of critique, I try just to limit it to 2. I don't ever want to overwhelm people. The second piece of critique, would be, so let's see here. I think going forward, if you notice here, there's the model. There is something called, it's like sentence flow, how the words and sentences on a page read, how easy they are to read. And normally, to get a really good sentence flow, you normally mix up in your writing long sentences and shorter sentences. If they're all really, really long, it can get it feels a little off. The sentence flow, the reading it, even reading it out loud, feels a little off. And then if they're all short, it feels more like a kid's book. So here, and that's fine if it was a kid's book. This isn't. This feels like an actual novel for a higher grade level. So here, you'll notice, okay, this is a longer sentence. Is it more like these? This one's medium. This one is longer. This one's longer. I think you'll start noticing here, I'm just showing how long each sentence is. They all, oh, that's actually the sentence. This one's a really long one. Wait. This one's like a run-on sentence here. So I think you naturally write really, really long sentences. And for sentence flow, for clarity, to make it easier, to make it more, like a nicer experience to read, mixing up shorter and longer sentences makes it a little bit more polished and makes it have that better reading clarity, makes it more pleasant to read. So that would be my second piece of critique. As if you are going with trying to get this all done right away and not do the plot outline first, I think mixing up short and long sentences is really going to be one of the things that ups your next level of writing a bit. So I hope that helps a little bit, but otherwise do you mind fixing the last sentence better? Let's see here. I can give you an idea. I won't fix it on the page for you. I don't like doing that to writers. I don't like to put words in their mouths, because the story's your story, right? But let's see here. It starts with, quote, "We have to get ready for the next generations of suits we are selling for Commander Freeman." Okay, so even this little dialogue tag here, I would probably have, let me see, I'm thinking on the spot. Does each one it does work, people just couldn't find it right away. They were looking for a minute. Sorry, Roots. So maybe I might rephrase this as, "We have to get ready the next generations of suits we are selling for Commander Freeman." So I might even say, like, Commander Freeman is expecting the next generations of suits soon. We have to get, there will be a period, we have to get ready for the presentation, right? Whatever the thing is, and that's another period. And this is one last time. That doesn't quite make sense in this context to me, so I just have it as Zane said as he walked back inside. Period. He opened what looked like a computer desk and walked down the stairs to grab his suit. Kiara following right behind him. Like, you can split this up actually into like 2 or 3 sentences. When it's a really, really long one like this, when it's a run-on sentence and you're not purposefully doing a run-on. Oh dear, hydrate or dihydrate, let me go. You guys are realizing I lowered the thing, huh? There we go. That's your hydrate. That's your sippy. But yeah, so I would rephrase the way he's speaking, because it does read a little bit funny here. So I do something like, depending on the context of the story, Commander Freeman is expecting the next generations of suits soon. Period. We have to get ready. Comma, do the ending tag. Zane said, I would get rid of that, as he walked back inside. Period. He opened what looked like a computer desk and walked down the stairs to grab his suit. Kiara following right behind him. Oh,
this holiday, Verizon is
my
helping you bundle up
lo-fi
incredible
beats
gifts and savings. You'll get the latest phone with
oh my goodness, we've gone through 2 loops of this, so we've yeah, it's about an hour and a half now. That's crazy. There we go. Back to normal. You laughing at me for going to ads with my lo-fi beats. I'm not fancy enough. I don't have all the stuff saved. But yeah, paying attention to that when you have a really, really long one-on sentence, you can split it up sometimes by rearranging words and adding the periods a little bit more naturally. And catching stuff sometimes in your head, it's really, really hard to pay attention to that. But a good trick is kind of doing what I did, where you literally just highlight until you get to a period, and you can physically see how long a sentence is, and you can keep doing that, and then you're able to notice if all the sentences look roughly the same length, if you're having a good variety, or like what I noticed there at the end, where it got really, really long. Oh, is there another hydrate? Oh my goodness. My raccoons, I don't know why this is the currency you guys all like. There's your sippy. There's a big sippy. I have, the fruit punch Gatorade, it's really good. I think it's the last of it too, we need to get more. 3 sippies. Wait, did I miss one? Oh, you're right, I did miss one. Okay. This is your last sippy. If you guys start trolling me with the sippies, I'm making it up to 1 million. Okay. That's your 3rd sippy. You could spam it. If you spam them, it goes up to 1 million. That's right. Oh no, everyone behave. You guys all have to be good raccoons. But yes, so for this was Shadow Legion. Thank you so much for submitting to Storytime. I hope that little bit of feedback helps you. And otherwise, I'm really excited for you to keep working on this. This sounds like a really cool sci-fi world already with these people who are CEOs, right? They're suddenly in charge of a whole company of these sci-fi futuristic suits. Your raccoons just want you hydrated. Spam sifties are like Cryptid Dec. You have an ending? That's really awesome. Yeah, so that is my 2 pieces of critique. So we'll get out of that one. But thank you again. I'm pretty sure I thanked Author Relic earlier. Yes. But both of you guys, thank you so much for submitting to Storytime. I love reading your guys' story. I think other people love me reading your guys' stories. It's really, really interesting. It helps a lot with other people in their own writing. It's going to be a series. That's really exciting. That's really ambitious. Oh my goodness. Go, go, go. We will wait for 1 million then. Oh dear God. Read more of my story, Shadow Alpha. Let's see here. I only read like 1 page last time. Okay, let me see here. What else is in Storytime submissions? I'm trying to catch up. Oh my goodness. So we did Shadow Legion. We did Legion. Shadow Alpha says we have more to read. Author Relic says we have more to read. And what has submitted? Okay. So let's look at what, because that's a visit site. Hopefully this is fine. Okay. Let's see. I had to cough again. Hold on. I'm gonna mute the mic. Okay, I'm back. It's okay, I almost died, but I survived. It's fine. It's a crime drama set during Prohibition. It suffers from your short story writing, so chapter 1 ends abruptly. That's why I'm combining chapter 1 and 2 in the rewrite. Okay, that's right, so you are, let me go up to the yearly note. You are rewriting it, and you wanted some critique to help with the rewrite. Okay. Shadow Alpha, you don't think it was the updated version though? Oh, if you have an updated version, yeah, go ahead and put that in the Discord too. That's all fine. Hello, Creative One. It's good to see you. My Cryptid Queen is back. She, in fact, did not die. The bar is low. The bar is really low for my survival. Oh my goodness. You would think it's okay. All us trash raccoons. We are all survivors. We're all good. So let's see here. How long is this submission? I'm just gonna get a brief. Okay, it's 4, but that's fine. And it looks like it's really tight or small. Probably on a normal document, this is like 3 pages or less. So let's go here. Let me grab my mic. Ugh. We need more raccoon stuff to spend raccoon coins on. Raccoins. But we're working on it. I have the artist. I don't know if everyone was here to listen earlier. Okay. Almost out of my drink. I'm almost out of sippies. What are you asking for over there, Author Relic? What are you asking for? Why are you acting like this in my chat? Hold on. See, look. That's your... You gotta behave. Otherwise, I had the little band sign. I had the power. I had the control. I totally know all the functions to do that. Yeah, creative one. I threatened everyone if they spam the sippies. I'm gonna make it up to 1 million. Triple is all my little raccoon friends have schemed to. Okay. You have 2 more sippies. But yeah, if everyone keeps misbehaving with the sippies, I'm making it 1 million. Making it 1 million. Okay, so creative one has 2 more sippies to go. I'm all out of drink. So everyone has to wait a second while I go get a drink, okay? Everyone's gonna behave. Everyone's gonna be good raccoons. I'm trusting you guys, okay? Everyone be good raccoons. I'll be right back. My model's gonna stare into your souls to make sure you behave. Okay, I'm coming back. Hold on. I'm almost there. Making my way downtown. Let me get my model back up. Let me get my headphones on. Okay, did everyone behave? Everyone create? Right? Creative one! No, not Mama Raccoon. Let's knock over all the trash cans. I actually do support that. That is fun. Trash cans are meant to be knocked over. Hello, it's good to see you. Anyway, I am behind on 2 sippies, so hold on, let's, here's one of the sippies. Okay, I have a cold glass of water right now. It's oh my god, so good. And here's your second sippy. This computer desk is overflowing with stuff. With my 3 monitors and my 2 mouses and my microphone and the laptop and all the different things and the 3 keyboards. Is it supposed to be so far ablaze? What's ablaze? The trash cans? It's lit? Well, I guess if you guys want to set trash cans on fire, that's not in my domain to tell you guys yes or no. I'm not the boss of you in that aspect. I just control how you guys behave in chat. So if you guys want to go out there and set trash cans on fire, that's your business. I'm not in charge of that. So let's see here. Anything else I'm missing out on? Are we just... This is from what? This is from what in chat? Over in the chat with chaos. No, everyone be good. Dumpster fire party. Hey, if it keeps you guys entertained, if you guys are all good raccoons, then yes, you guys can have a dumpster fire party. Cryptid, please don't tell us to set trash cans on fire. I'm not telling you to set them on fire. I'm just saying I'm not in charge of that. It's not my job to tell you yes or no about it. Someone's gonna do it. It's not my job. It's not my domain. That's not my department. That's like going up to like a goldfish and being like, "Hello, goldfish. Do you have any opinions on the stock market?" That's not... The goldfish doesn't know. Goldfish ain't got nothing to do with that, okay? I'm just a blue person on your screen here talking about writing. I have no control over what you guys do out in the real world with trash cans. Did the influencer say we should have opinions? You should. This is a really creative space. I think you guys should have a lot of opinions, both about your works, about the world, about all your raccoon like little duties out in the world, about dumpsters. I think you guys should have a lot of opinions, even if they're different from my opinions. It's all good. That's one of the things with working with creative stuff, right? Even if you get edits, sometimes you have to realize whether or not an edit works for you. That was one. I don't know if T's here tonight, but T, when I gave them critique one time, I gave them some feedback on a plot outline, and some of the stuff was good, and they agreed with me, and they're like, yeah, that makes sense. And one of the things, they were like, actually, no, that doesn't work. This is a trust me scenario. It won't fit with my vision. The one particular critique I had. And I was like, that's really good. It's really good that you have a strong vision and you can recognize some of the advice I said that was helpful and some of it that wasn't. When you work in a creative sphere like this, when you're doing the stuff, it's really, really important to critically look at your own work and critically look at the feedback you're getting. Does it apply? Will it make the piece stronger? I mean, Commander Roots is in charge of the raccoon army, so you're making Roots cry. On one hand, Commander Roots commands the army of raccoons. On the other, they started a zombie apocalypse in London over tea. That's true. It's true. You wrote it. It's true. It's our first official fanfic. Is it on AO3 yet? I haven't checked. Is it on one of the fan fiction sites yet? For everyone new here, yes. Cryptid Roots has our first ever fanfic. We officially have fanfic as VTuber ourselves, and Author Relic actually was kind enough to gift us that creative work, and it's really exciting that we have fanfic now. And we actually read that live on stream here. It was really fun. So, Roots started an American zombie revolution. It was not an American one. It was in London, and they did not mean to start it. They just yeah, it was a British one. And it's fine because we also ended it, so it's okay to start stuff as long as you finish it. Still T. Yep. It was fixed with T. The T fixed it because they're British. So let's get ready for another story time. Are we all set? Are we all comfy and cozy? Are we all hydrated? Do we all have a drink? Do we all have a cozy snack? There I was back home, back in the snowy, bustling city. Back in the city where your only options in life as a black man were the port or a factory. I had spent a year away fighting in the war. A year of blood and mud in a desperate attempt to get away. I expected to come back to a tired out welcome home party, because I returned later than the others. To my surprise, the people on my block were ecstatic that Jackson McKee was finally home. I took to the steps leading up to the door, not knowing what to expect, but everything was still the same. The spot where the paint had chipped on the door, the squeaky rail were all still there. After a slight knock, the door ferociously swung open, and I was pulled into a group of arms. "Ma, Jazz, you're hurting me. I'm still a little sore." Through a valley of tears, they managed to apologize. Ma had just finished cooking breakfast, and like a warm blanket, the aroma had wrapped itself around me. I wasted no time pushing Jasmine's buttons. "Jazz, can you fix your older brother a plate?" She quickly mumbled back, "By 3 minutes." It was that piece of normalcy that brought a smile to my face. Our mother would never tell us who was first. She would only say we were 3 minutes apart. After the welcome home dinner, I finally found some time alone in my room. At least I thought. The door violently creaked open, with Jasmine following behind it. "Jackson, what happened to you over there? You've been more distant today than normal." "Oh, whoa, okay," Jasmine said as she sat at the edge of the bed. "Jazz, the only thing I'm willing to tell you is that I met some interesting guys over there. There was Claude, fast-talking card cheat from Louisiana. LB, he was the quiet one, but he made sure that we were taken care of. Enough about me. What about you? Said Jackson. Just to, like, quick little note here. I'm sorry, it's in the middle. This one said Jackson, but everything else has been with the I's. So it should have been like I said instead of Jackson said. Well, I'm still singing at Wilma's Lounge, and Linda helped me get a part-time job at her aunt's store. You know, at some point, you're going to have to talk to her. I'm exhausted. Well, good night, little brother, said Jasmine. A few weeks passed, and I had hit rock bottom. The only job that I could find was at the port. Work at the port was long and grueling. As much as I hated it, the job kept my mind clear. Every once in a while, a pallet drops. And I'm back in France for a few seconds. Jackson, come here, I need an extra set of hands, the foreman yelled out. He gave us the job of offloading a small boat that just came in. The crates this boat had must have weighed a ton, because it took 2 of us to slide 1 box. Before I could get into position to push the crate again, a low, grumbling snore had filled the cargo hold. I peered back to see a man with brownish hair laid out, clutching a nearly empty bottle in his hand. He somehow managed to roll over in the cramped corner he was in, and to my disbelief, it was Harry. Harry, wake up. Stop kicking me, Jackson, before the nurses take you... Jackson! Bloody hell, Jackson, what are you doing here? Harry said as he struggled sitting up. The same could be said for you. I'm from Dalton City, remember? Answered Jackson. Okay. So that is... How much was... That was... It says 4. I think it's just a weird formatting issue because the pages look 3. I think this is like 2 or 3 pages. If this was in the other format that we normally see. I think this is just a little funny thing the Google Doc's doing. Let me see here. Did I miss anything in my chat? So as a talking raccoon, I can be chaotic. You can be whatever raccoon you want to be, as long as you're also a nice raccoon to other raccoons. That's all I ask, at least here in chat. I guess I don't control you outside of here, but in chat, you guys have to be nice raccoons to each other. That's just the rule. But other than that, yeah, you can be a chaotic one. Go be crazy. You could expand the story and create a clone of Roots who is evil and starts random zombie outbreaks around the world. Oh my goodness. So, yes. Just as long as we don't abuse our allowances from the almighty Cryptid. Yeah, that's it. But yeah, as long as you guys are good raccoons. And the dexterous raccoon from Aztec Shrines? Hey, if that's who you are, that's who you are. Whatever little raccoon Sona you want to be. But okay, so this is our little bit. So let me see here. What are the 2 pieces of critique I feel would be the most beneficial here? I think so here he had spent a year away fighting in the war. And he's come back to a welcome home party. So I'm like, okay, he's gone away, he's been in a war, and now he's back. But then here, when he's having this flashback sequence, he's actually in... No. He's working at the port weeks later. He gave us the job of offloading a small boat that just came in. This must be when he's still in the military. Okay, so he's offloading the boat, but he's still in the military. Okay, I'm caught up. But yeah, I think my general critique is that there is a little bit of the pacing issue. Each little thing here is kind of really, really fast. We don't stay in any particular moment for too long. So we start off with, he's just entered the city. And he's expecting, he's having ideas of what the welcome home party would be. And then he's at the house and he's going through, not really a welcome home party, but just reuniting with the family. Then we already finished the welcome home dinner. Wait, hold on. So Ma had just finished cooking breakfast, and like a warm blanket, the aroma that wrapped itself around me. Wasted no time pushing buttons. And then after the welcome home dinner. So he arrives for breakfast. We skip everything that happens. Now it's after dinner. He's in his room, and then Jasmine's already talking like, "Oh, you've been more distant today than normal." She doesn't really know the new normal yet. That was kind of a weird line, because it's like this is her first time seeing her brother in over a year after he's been at war. Like, yeah, everything's a little different now. I was like, oh, this is a little funny. I almost thought Jasmine would be like a younger sibling saying this stuff. But no, they're actually twins. They're only like 3 minutes apart, so they're both adults. I was a little thrown off by Jasmine reacting like this. So then she asks him, "Oh, you've been more distant." But then instead he goes into an explanation of people he's met instead of talking about why he's been distant or arguing that he hasn't been distant, that he's just tired. He suddenly goes into an explanation of people he's met. And then I was like, okay, we have Claude, we have LB. And then instead, when we had the flashback, we meet neither of those two. Suddenly we meet a Jackson. So there's a lot of characters being told to us at different points in time. And this flashback is a week later. So we have a lot of quick event, or like almost every paragraph is a new event, a new point in the timeline. And we're being introduced to a lot of characters without really getting to know them before they're already gone. So I do wish that we had a section in the story and we like stayed there for a while, that we lived in that moment, we lived with those characters for a little bit. I think that would bring the characters to life a bit more. I think that would help with your, did you mention specifically if it was a pacing issue or just a fast story issue? I'm trying to look through chat really quick. It suffers from your short story rise. Chapter 1 ends abruptly. That's why I'm combining chapter 1 and 2 in the rewrite. I'm not even sure if it has to. I'm not even at the. Yeah, it does end a little bit abruptly, but I feel like a lot of the scenes here, it's not just the ending. I think there's a lot of every moment is just very quickly mentioned. Oh my god, my model is freaking out. I'm so sorry. That was spazzing all over the screen. I feel like every moment here just ends very abruptly. I think maybe you could like sit in any moment here, any scene, and make it a more lived in scene. Make it things that are just a paragraph here should be a page, right? This is the stuff this character's experiencing, that he's living through, that he's having thoughts about. Jasmine stays throughout the story. You have no plans for their mother. Okay. That's really interesting, but again, I wish I had a better grasp of Jasmine. I don't even know what Jasmine looks like. Yeah. And then, even though you have no plans for their mother, you still introduce their mother here. So I feel like having a stronger personality on page. Like, yeah, like she's missed her son. She pulls him immediately into a hug. She's cooking homemade breakfast. Is this a very loving woman? Is she pretty like hands-on? Is she pretty hands-off? Because they keep fighting because they're twins. Is she relatively hands-off with their fighting? Do they always look forward to hanging out at her house? Do they miss her? Is this one of the people he's missed a lot? Just making them more lived-in characters. And you can do that pretty easily just by staying in a moment, choosing a scene and staying in that scene for a little while, making it a bit longer. Because again, I think it almost feels, it's not bullet points, but it's so fast-paced, it almost feels like bullet points. Like it's more of almost like a plot outline than a Jasmine is not a turtle. I never said she was, did I? Introvert or extrovert? Raccoon makes circles away from the explosion. Very cool. One character seems like the way you would go about sharing them in a sequel. In a sequel? Oh, wait, what? Hold on, mate. Raccoon version of Rick Grimes. What about second breakfast? Info on the characters seem like the way you would go about sharing them in a sequel. I'm not really quite sure if this even does have a sequel or not. But I think you don't necessarily get to a sequel with your characters unless you first establish the characters in the first book, then otherwise people won't follow you to the second book, to the sequel. So I do feel like just a little bit more. I'm not talking about a whole like backstory or anything. I'm just saying like make their personality shine on the page a little bit more. She's more the extroverted twin, while Jackson is the introverted one. Okay, and that's very cool. Yeah, and I think you could show that a little bit more by staying in a scene. And let's see here. This first scene, he's coming back home. Next scene is the welcome home breakfast. We skip the welcome home dinner. Then it's the talking with the sister. And then it's a few weeks past. He'd hit rock bottom. We don't quite know what rock bottom is. It doesn't say. Just that now the only job he could find while at rock bottom was work at the port. And then he has a flashback scene. And he's talking with Harry. So I'm a little confused about what the actual start of the story is here, because if the start of the story is him coming back home, we skipped past it really, really fast. It almost seems unimportant because it was so fast. And you said like the mom's not even important. You don't really do anything with her later for the plot. The sister's reoccurring. So then I'm like, oh, maybe this conversation they have is important. That's the start. But again, this is a really quick conversation, and they almost are having different conversations. She's saying, hey, why are you acting distant? And he's talking about, oh, here's these people I met. That's a flash forward. Yeah, I understand it's a flash forward. I'm just saying it's all really, really fast. The pacing is a bit of an issue. I think my biggest critique is to work on the pacing. And then these characters would be more alive. The story comes alive a little bit more. But yeah, I think my biggest critique is just the pacing. It needs to slow down a little bit. You need to let the reader sink into a scene for longer than just a paragraph. And then I think if you can do that, then your writing you'll be like not even just the next level with your writing. I think you'll be like 2 or 3 levels. That's gonna be like the really big level boost for you. Next, you need to expand it. You need to get out of short story mode. And even I think sometimes when you say short story, I think you're still thinking of like it has to be fast. People, even in a short story that's only like a couple pages, right? They still stay in a scene for a while. The pacing is still slower in a short story. You're just covering less stuff in a short story. You're not having an ABC plots in a short story. You normally only have a main story, and it's normally like quicker, but the scene, you're still in the scenes longer. So I think even this fast pacing for a short story is still a little too fast, right? We could still have a short story and have slower pacing. So yeah, I think if you work on the pacing, it will really, really like take your writing up by several levels. I think it will be a huge increase for you. I think you'll notice the difference if you do focus on taking a scene, and rather than making that scene just a paragraph, make that scene a page. Make that scene 2 pages. Really get into it. Like, talk about how the writers are feeling. What the readers are seeing. How are these characters acting? What does it look like? Like we have this squeaky rail. There's like a spot where the paint had chipped on the door, but I don't even know what color the paint is. There are more details you could go into to make this a lived-in scene that the readers could read and see what this all looks like. You're gonna make a personal rule. An outsider should describe the character as a turtle and not be wrong based on the descriptions alone. Then more detail is needed for them. Okay, yeah. If that's a rule that helps you, then yeah. Hey, anything that helps us with our writing, right? Their father worked at the port for years, and he watched what that did to him over the years. For some odd reason, you included that in chapter 2. Yeah, see, that's why I'm having like a writing outline. Having a plot outline really, really helps, right? Because then you realize, like, oh wait, it's really weird that I went into that particular thing there instead of like in chapter 1 or something like that. So yeah, I think maybe even rethink what is the actual, what is the true concrete, where's the starting point? because we have several scenes here just in the first 2 pages. The first 3 pages even. Every single thing here is just different scenes. It's different moments. So choose what is the actual start, what is that interesting start to your story, and make that paragraph, make that scene take up 1 to 2 pages at least. Let the readers be invested in that scene and in the characters you're introducing in that scene, before then you go do a different scene with different characters. And I think that will really, really help and level it up. So thank you so much for submitting. I know sometimes it's really scary putting your work live on stream and getting critique, right? It's one of the scariest things we could do. But I really hope that even if it doesn't help, I hope it at least gets your brain churning on different ways that it could help your writing. And otherwise, it could just be complete nonsense. Again, if my stuff doesn't help you, just throw it in the trash. It was advice given for free. But I hope you do consider it, because I think this is a really interesting premise. And I think if you did slow down the pacing a bit, then more people could appreciate this really cool concept and these cool characters. Love getting feedback. It helps. I'm really, really glad. Sometimes I worry. I'm like, oh man, I hope I'm not being too harsh with my raccoons. I hope you all know that I really appreciate you guys submitting to story time. So yeah, that is that. That was what. So let me take stock here. What have we done? We've read. Sorry if I hit the microphone. We read from Author Relic. We read chapter 3. We then did Legion, and we gave critique on that. Okay, so we did do that. Then we had What's New Thing, and we gave critique on that. Creative ones. Sometimes you write stuff in chat, and I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh my goodness, you're so silly. You're a silly raccoon. Used to be one big text block before you spaced it out. Oh my goodness. Yeah, well, thank you for spacing it out. But yeah, sometimes even when you are writing intentionally, writing with paragraphs can help, because then you realize how long you've been in a scene or not before you change it. So even during your first pass, try to keep in mind the paragraphs to break things up, because it will let you, even while you're doing that first pass, realize how your pacing is. Let's see, anything else? Somebody wanted me to read more something. Where was that? Who wanted me to read more of their work? They said I only read the first few pages or something. Let me see. I'm trying to scroll up in chat, but if somebody remembers. Oh, did somebody say it? No. Was it Shadow? That's the start of a Christmas Carol book. Yeah, I recognize it. I don't quite know why you're mentioning it now, but whatever makes you happy. Where somebody wanted me to read more of their work. Who was it? Where was it? It was Shadow. Shadow said I only read 1 page before. Well, I took a break from that story and ended up with the dark fantasy story. So now you're writing both with some spin-offs and thought for the fantasy. You think it was Shadow? Yeah. You and me got there at the same time. So let me look in the Discord. Is Shadow still here? I only want to read it if they're still here. I don't want them to miss any critique or feedback. Let me see. I have to scroll up in the Discord. If my model's like glitching out, it's because I'm looking in the Discord. That's Davo. That's Pilly. That's Author Relic. Shadow. Where was this? Oh my god, how long has it been? I don't see Shadow in the chat, so they might not be here anymore. I don't want to give them critique without them here, so I might do it next time if they're already gone. But otherwise, was that the only person I'm missing? Am I otherwise caught up with yeah, they did. They mentioned that they didn't want it shown to too many people. Yeah, so Relic wanted to go over. Hello, Raiders. Welcome in. It's so good to have you guys here to our Cryptid cult. We are actually doing writing time critiques. I hope you guys have fun. So people have actually submitted their work. Hello again. Yeah, so people have submitted their work and we are reading it aloud here on stream, and I'm giving 1 or 2 pieces of critique to help them all in their writing. And if you guys are interested in the same thing, there is a Discord and you can submit your own writing, and we can review it here now. I think we're all caught up, so if there's any new submissions, we could go over it. But otherwise, hello. How was your stream? Thank you for rating. How was your guys' stream? Did you guys have fun? But otherwise, I think I'm caught up. But yeah, for what you said earlier, Author Relic mentioned, I think that they had the timeline. They wanted some people to go over it, but I don't think they wanted to reveal it to too many people. It wasn't like a thing they wanted to share with the whole class. So I won't be reading that on stream. They haven't even shared it with me yet. So that just might be a thing they find 1 or 2 trusted beta readers to go over and go through that. And that's totally fine, right? I never want to make you guys be like, you guys have to share all your work with the class. Let's all read it live on stream. I know that's not for everybody. So whatever you guys are most comfortable with. It was great. You were just doing this chapter. You've waited so long to write. That's so exciting. Oh my goodness. I think that's a really rewarding experience. I'm a really... Maybe it's the ADHD, I don't know, but sometimes if I get bored with one chapter, I'll think of a chapter or a piece I want to work on instead, and I'll actually skip around a bit. And just to reward myself. What type of chapter was it? Was it a fight scene? Was it a romance scene? Was it the big bad's finally vanquished? I think those are all really fun scenes to write. Sometimes I'll even write... Actually, no, I really don't. I was just about to lie to you guys. I was about to say, sometimes even writing fluff pieces is really fun. But I don't really write... I don't like writing a lot of, like fluff or stuff that's not really plot relevant. I get really bored of it fast as a writer and a reader. So I actually don't really indulge in that too much. I'm always like, this isn't plot relevant. Get rid of it. I think that just lives rent-free in my head. You can read the timeline on stream, but after I would delete it from the story time submission. The only thing I'm worried about is I do upload the VODs on YouTube. So if you do want not more people in the future to have access to it, just be aware, I do have VODs up on YouTube, and I wouldn't want to. The VOD is fine. Okay, yeah, we can do that. Do you have it? I see the 10th mark sneak peek. Chatting. I need to say hi. Do you have it in story time submissions? We can go over it. Logging back in, then you'll post it. Okay. Yeah. But otherwise, yeah, I think working on chapters you're really excited about instead of some of the more boring chapters, it's really rewarding as a writer, right? It's a really good way to reward yourself and keep you engaged with the piece. Because when a story just lives rent-free in your head, it's all the fun parts, right? It's all the fun. When you actually have to do the work of writing it down, that's work. So sometimes having the little treat of this was a piece I was excited to write, it makes all the work kind of worth it. Can I DM it to you, and then can you just open it? So that way it's not in for everyone to download? I think so. I think that will work. We can try it. Sorry, I'm not the best at Discord, but yeah, I think we can try it. You get it? You have ADHD too. It's kind of a fight scene, but a comedy fight scene. Oh my, that reminds me of like Princess Bride type of fight scenes where they're really funny. It was introducing a new character. Well, new in the sense she's new to the actual book, but not the story. She's been in your story Bible for so long. Oh, that must have been so rewarding then to actually get it out. You're waiting to write this character for forever. Oh my goodness, that must have been so nice. But yeah, a comedy fight scene that gets me without knowing anything else. I'm like, oh, that reminds me of Princess Bride. The characterization, the characters are very, very strong. The way they portray the characters is very strong, even though it's in the middle of a fight scene, because they have the quirky dialogue back and forth during it. It's a really good scene in Princess Bride. So yeah, if you're doing a comedy fight scene, I'm already all for it. I'm like, that's great. Let me see here. Okay, Author Relic sent stuff. Let's see. Oh, did it work? Oh, geez. Hopefully this is fine. Open file. Let's see. And then I'll full screen. I know it's not showing in OBS yet. Hold on, I'm getting everything situated. Getting everything. Nope. Screen capture. I guess I don't have access to Word. Hold on. How is that view? How is that view for everybody? Does that look okay? I hope that works okay. It was amazing. She literally just attacks the characters just for the lulz, and then goes, "This is all your fault." Yes. We love somebody going feral for the lulz. We love it. We're all strong supporters here. Everyone in chat was surprised when I gave them permission to set dumpsters on fire. You know, if that's what they want to do. I'm not in charge of that. So fully in support. You guys have to behave here in chat, but I don't control you guys out in the real world. So if you guys need to go feral and just attack somebody for the lulz, that's what you got to do. Full supporter over here. Proud cryptid supporter. So let's see here. We have this exciting thing from Author Relic in chat. This is the timeline. So we're going to figure out. I think you like it here. But again, we have very good vibes. I want this to be a very positive place on the internet, but it is a little bit of a weird place on the internet. We talk about writing, and sometimes writing has the classic author stuff of, yeah, we're talking about murders, we're talking about serial killers, we're talking about crazy fight scenes and people going feral and their families being murdered. Why did I mention murder in like 3 of these? So we're very cozy, we're very positive here, but yeah, we do have to be mature enough to talk about stuff like this, right? And otherwise, I hope you guys enjoy. You want to know if the timeline is clean and makes sense. By the way, it does give away spoilers. So everyone who doesn't like spoilers, it's totally okay if you need to leave, because this is a book that Author Relic is looking at publishing in the future. It's really exciting, very crime, detective, noir feels. They've let us read some of the excerpts before on stream. But yeah, if spoilers bother you too much. But otherwise, if you're here and you're wondering what a plot outline looks like, what a timeline looks like, this might be really cool to see how somebody actually does it. And then let's read through this, and then we can give critique. We can see if this makes sense. And if you guys notice anything that I don't notice, then hey, also feel free to let Author Relic know in the chat. Just be polite. Again, we can give critique here, but we just do it nicely. We're all good raccoons here. So the Lawrence Grimes novels, Book 1, Cinder, Timeline. So, okay, this is based in years so far. So 1931, there's the initial site designation. There's a mineral survey. And you even have a specific code. That's really cool. So, not knowing anything of the codes for surveys, I can't tell you if that's right or wrong or not. I'm going to assume you did enough research to know if that applies. But that was in 1931. 1934, 3 years later, we have a survey map west of Cinder. Needs to be a place. A year later, Sector B research lands established. Okay, same year, so we're still in 1935. We have a survey map too. So 1934, they had a survey map. A year later, they did research lands, and they had a second survey map done. 1936. This is all very technical. I'm very impressed. There's density readings, subsurface abnormalities, containment, reactivity studies, and private site designation. This is a year from the research lands established. So this is some sort of reading, some sort of research they couldn't have gotten until a year later from when they set up the research. You won't know a lot of what's going on, as everything in the timeline, this covers 27 chapters. Yeah. So whatever readings they got here, I'm assuming it took them a year to actually get these results, because again, the research lands was established in 1935. These actual studies were in 1936. 1941, the project lead assigned is Dr. Stephen R. Brecken. Hey streamer, hey chat, hi Keo, it's so good to see you. We're actually going over a timeline for a book. So, 1936? There's something wrong with 1936? But otherwise, so they've had research done all the way in 1936. So I'm guessing this is a new project lead. I'm assuming they had a project lead here in 1936. They have a new project lead in 1941, which is Stephen R. Brecken. A year later, the Department of Energy, Geological Research and Experimentation. Okay. Now we jumped forward to the next decade, 1951. Project V13. Internal Memorandum, Restricted Access. Okay, so this is 20 years later from Code V12, we have V13. Oh, timelines are fun. You like doing universe outlines. Ooh, that's really good for world building. Starting from the stars and slowly zooming into the mundane. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people who are using December as world building December. I think that's a lot of what they're talking about, right? Like actually like creating the universe, creating how does this world and these religions and these cultures and these societies work in your fantasy or whatever sci-fi world you're making. One is very 1936, the other a bit less so. Well, if you have any notes, go ahead and let Author Relic know, just in case I miss anything. So the Brecken site, so the lead assigned is Brecken. They actually are calling this the Brecken site then, 10 years later. And there's some field test log that's important to the plot. So that person is still in charge of this project 10 years later. In 1951, in March, the mineral sample of Vibrillium continues to display regenerative acceleration in plant tissue. Results promising. Okay. And then later that year, local population identified for field exposure trials, and Brecken is to oversee. So they finally get this really cool mineral sample called Vibrillium in 1951, and they're going to start field exposure trials on the local population, as corrupt government people are wont to do. But I mean, they already had this dude Brecken assigned in over a decade ago, 1941, so I'm assuming they had some idea that there was cool mineral sample stuff here back in the 1940s, but they only have a sample 10 years later, 1950. They start researching it in the 1930s, so between 1930s to 1951, that's when they finally get a sample, or did they have samples earlier that they were just doing other different tests on? That'll be one of the... You're on a 3-stream streak. Oh, thank you for watching for 3 streams. Thank you for joining us that long. This is a neat and tidy timeline. Mine always end up sounding very video gamey. That's all good. That's all good. Whatever just gets the thoughts down. Samples earlier in the 40s. Okay. So then they want these field exposure trials. 1953, 2 years later, there's the Family Volunteer Program, Phase 2. I think that's probably related. 1953, the Family Volunteers approved preliminary testing was successful. Cellular grafts demonstrate long-term adaptation potential. 1955, 2 years later, Brecken reports instability, blah, 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 among subjects. Behavioral irregularities, increased aggression, subject fatality, Mary Brecken. Oh no! So one of his people, either his wife or a kid, hydrate. Oh my goodness. Okay, here's your sippy. Okay. Oh man, the model is staring at you guys with like the death glare. So August 29th. I would almost wonder, like, is this a thing that happens over multiple months, not just August? Like, earlier, there's, like, a few months before, there's the instability. They're having behavioral stuff. They're getting angrier. They're getting crazier. A few months later, then there's the more increased aggression. They're angry more often. It's just getting worse over time. And then later in the year, then there's a fatality. Or is it like all suddenly in the same month that they notice behavioral stuff, they notice aggression, and Mary Brecken dies? I think maybe specify this, because so far it sounds like after 2 years, suddenly everything happens at once in 1 month. And if this is something that happens over time, over the 2 years, I'll have to speculate. I'm not asking like, oh, I'm asking you so much for the plot. Like, let me know. I'm letting you know, like, hey, for you personally, you don't have to let me know. For you personally, for your own notes, verify here for yourself how this timeline works. Just so you know. As long as you know, then I don't care. Then you're good. You're good as long as you, the author, know. That's just me. I'm trying to like really go through this to make sure it's all good. So that's just something I'm letting you know of. Like, hey, just be aware of this. 1957 subject mortality reports. Okay, so it's continued, and we've had more mortality, and we're in phase 4. 1953 was phase 2, 1957 is phase 4. So somewhere here, I think you had phase 3. And again, you don't have to tell me what phase 3 was, but just in your own notes, you should know where phase 3 was. 1960 civilian resettlement program. Where's my lo-fi beats? What? It's gonna be ads.
With YouTube
God.
Music Premium, listen ad-free.
Skippy.
Offline.
Wait, I don't want lo-fi for Ghost. I was on
With
lo-fi for Witch It. Oh my god. Everything's just happening. Everything's happening too fast. There. The dates that are spelled out are part of notes from documents found where we shouldn't be. Okay. So this is like a character putting together these documents for stuff. Okay. Civilian resettlement program. Housing initiatives, infrastructure funding, Cinder Development Project. Ooh, okay, so the Cinder Development Project. So then, if the town is called Cinder and is made in 1960, it's based on these housing initiatives. Then here in 1934, the map might not say Cinder because Cinder hasn't been made yet, unless like the land was called Cinder or something, right? Or just the character notes, hey, this is where Cinder was, this is where Cinder is in the modern day. This survey map was west of Cinder. But just keep in mind, the map might not say Cinder if Cinder is established in 1960. Okay, so that's 30 years later. Department of Energy, Annex secured. Project V12? Gee, oh. Here's Project V13. So now you have Project V12. I wonder what that is. Partnership recognition. Municipal Cinder. The Cinder Chronicle is established in 1962. I'm gonna guess that's like the newspaper. Was just a note you put in. Look, it's clear that Cinder was not there. Okay, yep, then you're good. 1962. Order received to cease open testing. Field relocation approved. New project designation, Cinder Development Initiative. So 1960, it mentions the Cinder Development Project. Cinder Development Initiative is 1962. Cinder Public Library established in 1963. Oh, that takes a little while then. So they have a newspaper. I'm gonna guess the Cinder Chronicle is the newspaper in 1962, but they don't even get a library until a year later in 1963. Maybe the library should be a bit earlier, unless it's plot relevant that it's after. V12 is the mineral designation, V13 is the experiments. Okay. Urban Development Achievement, Nevada State Infrastructure Award, the Future Cities Initiative, and Housing Initiatives, Infrastructure Funding, Cinder Development Project. What was it? Cinder Development Initiative. Cinder Development Project, 1975. 1962. This is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's 13 years later. I'm not sure if it's the same. In SCP, they had designations under the substance or element. Okay, okay. Present day of book, 1985. September 15th, Grant's birthday, chapter 25. Okay, okay, so that looks good. I'm not quite sure if the Cinder Development Initiative and the Cinder Development Project are the exact same thing or not. If they are different things, you might want to reword it slightly so that they're more clearly different, unless it's supposed to be confusing, like it's supposed to be part of the mystery that they sound similar. But if these are supposed to be clear, distinct things, maybe make the name slightly different. Hold on, I have to yawn. Okay. Like B12 Exhibit A. Not sure if this is any bit relevant news, so we'll just throw them out. Hello, hello, Raiders. Welcome in. Oh my goodness. Everyone's like raiding now that it's getting closer to midnight. Thank you for the follow and welcome to Cryptid Cult. I hope you guys have fun here. But hello, hello. It's good to see you guys. But yes, we are actually, I have people submitting their writing in the Discord, and we are actually reading it aloud here on stream. Right now we're going through Author Relic's timeline. They have this timeline that needs to be established for a book they're working on. And we're reading it here and trying our best to make sure it all looks good, right? It's all on the up and up. So if you guys want to submit any of your writing onto the Discord, you can still do that. The only rule is no spicy stuff. No spicy, smexy stuff for me to read on screen. And it just has to be no more than 3 pages. But otherwise, yeah, if that's something you're interested in, please feel free. So, yo, what's good? Oh, you know Creative One? Yeah. Are you in the Discord? Barely, yeah. Some people just join it just to submit. Other people are hanging out in chat. Sometimes we ask for writing advice. Sometimes we give feedback. But it's just a general place to hang out whenever you guys want to peek in. And you guys can get more feedback and stuff. It's just a really nice little community, little writing sphere. Good old writing community and its tight-knitness. Yeah, a lot of people in writing communities, right? We sometimes only poke in when we want critique. Then we want to leave again. But hey, it's all good. It's whatever helps you out in your writing journey. Spoiler, the plot of the book is this town popped up out of nowhere, in the middle of nowhere in the 60s. Everyone seems off, smiles too wide, cult-like devotion. Town leadership is hiding secrets and shoves out anyone who doesn't fall in line. As you see a few other people in the book, throughout the book, strange vehicles are driving by and following your main character. Can't go into too much more detail. That's all fine. Yeah, that's really interesting. So yeah, So this is all the survey stuff in the beginning. When do we get family volunteer? This was the local population. Civilian resettlement. Okay, so the civilian resettlement program is the 1960s. If this is a weird like government type of setup situation, they're using these people, they're making this town, I think you could even have a tighter timeline after I'm guessing the town is made in Cinder. So they have civilian resettlement in 1960. They have the designation of Cinder in 1962. The newspaper is 1962, and the public library is 1963. If you have a lot of like spooky government stuff, settling all these people and making them all experiments, you could actually even make that a tighter timeline, right? Like they could establish things really, really fast. Want to get as much feedback. Yeah, makes sense. You want to get as much feedback from as many people as possible, right? Yep. And you gotta go write more too. I was writing so much on stream during November. We're trying to figure out what we want to do for December. If we want to do editing December, if we want to do world building December, if we want to take a little bit of a break sometimes and just do fun little challenges and just read more story times and give critique. I'm trying to figure out how to schedule all this more for the rest of the year after Novelember or NaNoWriMo or whatever you want to call the November writing challenge, right? So we're trying to play by ear. What do people want for December? Hello, and thank you for the follow. I hope you have fun with the Cryptid Cult. You did make a character web and outline that you made during your first version of the story. You'll appreciate it if I could check it out. Sure. My light work shift, this be a reprise space. Hello. Thank you for the follow. I hope you guys have fun here. I try to make this a really, really nice space for all the writers and creatives here. Your stream is a zoo. My only zoo animals here are raccoons. You guys are all my lovely raccoons. And hello. You were gonna write for Callie After Dark. You were gonna write a script or more of your novel. That sounds really exciting. That sounds really cool. I'm glad you get to work on this really fun project. That's why I like doing short stories. You can take a break between them and not feel like you're falling behind. Yeah. Whereas a novel, taking break between chapters feels like losing momentum. Sometimes if you have a pretty thorough plot outline, then it's a little easier to pick things up and drop them off and take the breaks in between it, because you can just look at your plot outline and realize where you have to pick up from, and that makes it a little bit easier. But I also know there's a lot of people who don't like doing plot outlines. They're just pantsers. They just want to write by the seat of their pants, right? I'm definitely I'm a plotter. I like figuring out the whole, at least as much as I can. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I try to be nice here. A lot of people do trust me with their writing on stream. You guys submit your writing and you submit it. It's really scary. You put it live here on stream and I read it out loud, and I do give critique, right? We do go through it and we try to give feedback. I limit it to just 1 or 2 pieces of critique because we never need to overwhelm people with critiques, right? But that is like a really scary process, and I try to make this really friendly and welcoming for the people who do submit. And that way it's not like discouraging. That's another thing too, right? A lot of people don't want to necessarily share to a community. Yeah. So again, I'm not necessarily expecting everyone else to give critique. If you guys also want to give critique, as long as it's nice, I think that's more than welcome. But in general, I'm your little blue cryptid here on screen, and hey, I'll always give you the critique and some feedback. And out of nowhere, where the earth split in 2 and everyone died. Hello, welcome. Hello, Sidion. It's so good to see you. Hello, Raiders. It's actually a trap, Callie. There's a garbage chute and they're squeezing the walls in slowly. Sorry to let you know. No, we're all I swear we're all good raccoons here. How is writing tonight? I'm actually not writing tonight. We're having mostly story time. So a lot of people have submitted their works tonight for critique. I'm reading it on stream, and we're having 1 or 2 pieces of critique that I give. This one was actually really, really cool because this was a plot, this was a timeline somebody submitted to make sure that their timeline made sense. So it wasn't actually like a full thing for the novel. It was just for the author to make sure, like, hey, this is what I think, how time progresses. This sounds reasonable. Am I missing anything? Is anything like counterproductive, etc. So this is really, really cool. I hope other people, when they see this and they're wondering how other writers do timelines. You don't have to do it this way, but it is really cool getting a sneak peek into how other writers do things, right? Sometimes you even hear things like a rough draft, and you've never seen a rough draft before until somebody shows it on stream, right? And I think a lot of people sometimes think like, oh, in my head, I just had to keep all these dates and stuff in my head. And then you accidentally make one character age 1 year and then the other character age 3 years, and it doesn't make sense anymore. You're like, oh no. Having a timeline can really, really help. Well, reading stream to reading stream, can't complain. Were you doing a lot of reading too? How was your stream? Oh my goodness, I haven't even asked all the raiders. How was your guys' stream? Did you guys have fun? Yeah, you love looking at adapting techniques and sharing mine to refine them. Yeah, that's definitely like a really big learning curve for us writers, right? You've been moving from outlines to pantsing over the last 3 months? That's a really sudden, like, recent change. Oh my goodness. Used to be super structured. Mine is not structured. I do the thing. So because people trust me with their work here at all stages, right? Rough drafts, plot outlines, etc. For all of November, I was sharing my work here on stream, and I was sharing my really shitty rough drafts. My full of nonsense, leaving notes, just really shitty. Let me put it up on screen rather than maybe someone else's work on screen. Let's see here. I have a lot of stuff for the 10th mark. The screen might go black for a minute. It's okay. I'll get it all set up. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Let's see here. Oh, okay. It's not showing up on the screen. Let me get it all set up for you guys. I know the screen's black. It's okay. Don't be scared. It's not scary. It's not scary. I promise you guys are all brave raccoons. There we go. You're hungover. Yesterday was your mom's due day, so we got hammered. Oh no. We had fun. We gotta go to bed. I'm dying. Yeah, please take care of yourself. Have a good night. Sleep it off. I hope you wake up with not too much of a hangover. And otherwise, have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining us in Cryptid Cult for a little bit. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. Oh my goodness, we have like 17 or 16 viewers now. This is so big. But yeah, so I fully show. It's not just me on the stream like acting mightier than thou. Acting like I know all. I fully show. This is my shitty drafts. I make notes to myself. I say things like maybe. I say get comfortable with time skips, because this first one's already like, it's okay to have a really shitty rough draft where you're just plotting things out, and then you'll get halfway through and then you realize like, shit, this doesn't make sense, and then you'll make a little note that says ignore everything previous, and then you'll just start the next paragraph with, let's do this instead, let's go down route B, let's introduce this character later, and you'll just figure it out. So my plot outlines are actually really like rough drafts. They're rough draft plot outlines. And I share all that because I'm like, yeah, if I'm gonna be over here and be a place where you guys can submit your work and expect me to be nice, I should be willing to, you know, like walk the walk. I should be having my shitty stuff on stream too. My eyes. Someone shit the lid. You've merely adopted the duck. I was born in it. Molded by it. I can't do the Bane voice. Missed my message. Think Texas Chainsaw meets The Hills Have Eyes with a government hidden plot. Killer, murderous family, body horror from experiments. Town leadership keeps it hush hush to keep pushing. Cinder, the best place to live facade. Yeah, that sounds really cool. Like I said, one of your really strong points is having a very clear vision for the vibes. You are very aware of the vibes and the themes you want to push, and they are conveyed very well. That is one of your strengths as a writer, in both writing pieces you've shown. Oh, you know Author Relic too? Yeah. Hey, to be fair, he is one of the people in the Discord too. He's not just present in this chat, he is in the Discord as well. You're the one who knows almost everyone in the writing community. Oh my goodness, well, it's so nice to meet you. I hope you have fun over here getting to see all these familiar usernames here, but here, you guys are all my wonderful raccoons. It is me and I'm Cryptid, your favorite local cryptid. I'm local even though I'm in Central Florida because I'm right here on your screen, right? So I'm local to you anyway. And then my other half here is Roots. They are my younger sibling in real life, but here in virtual world, they are a raccoon I gave human knowledge to, and therefore human depression and anxiety. And every now and again, they are the only mods. They come in and they make sure if anything gets too crazy and my raccoons act up too much, Roots is the main raccoon, and they'll keep you guys all in line. Okay, so the only person you have to make sure you're nice to is Roots. Because they wield most of the mod powers here. I don't always keep track of that. A raccoon cleaner. Roots has too much power. Don't worry, they don't want the power. Roots has anxiety from having too much power. They're a wonderful sibling though. They do help me out with this a lot. And yeah, I've only so Callie After Dark, you might not have noticed me before. I've only really been streaming for November. I started just a smidgen, like a day or two before November, and I streamed almost every day of November, and this is the first stream of December. So yeah, I'm still relatively new here, and I did not expect all of my raccoons to join me as soon as they did, but I'm very appreciative, and we are slowly, every stream, getting better and better as I learn how to stream. It was only like I started, I didn't think anyone would really pay attention to a writing stream, and then like halfway through November, like I already reached affiliate, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is serious now. I gotta figure this all out. So yeah, we had to like figure out like emotes and stuff recently. We just got our own custom emote. I haven't set it up yet, so that will be for next stream. We have our first custom emote that I commissioned. So I hope next stream you guys like your new raccoon emote that will be available. If you're a raccoon, do I steal like paper and clean it like I do with food so I can read the polished draft only for the ink to fade away? You're whatever raccoon you want to be. The only rule for a raccoon is that you have to be nice to the other raccoons in chat, right? But otherwise, it's whatever raccoon you want to be in the world. There's not many rules when you're a raccoon, you know? There was somebody who wanted to be a monster raccoon. There was somebody who wanted to be raccoons that set trash cans on fires. There's someone who wanted to be a chaotic raccoon. Someone wants to be a cozy raccoon. It's whatever raccoon makes you the most happy. Did you finish the timeline? I thought I did. The whole paper was washed clean. Does it have like, oh, is it like falling apart? Is it disintegrating? Is it really clean but disintegrating? Creative one. And we have to get some sleep to catch an early flight. We'll be lurking. Have some good sleep, decaffeinated, and I hope you have a good flight tomorrow. God, you need a cig and some coffee. Not even for the energy, just for the vibe. You're just this little raccoon smoking a cigarette outside the abandoned 8-Eleven. Is that the vibe you're going for, Kyo? You're the raccoon that makes everyone feel welcome. That would be really nice. That's a really wholesome raccoon. But let me see. Let me double check. Did I miss something? Author Relic? I hope I didn't. Oh, jeez. She's talking all about me. Let's see. I hope I didn't. Let me look in the Discord here. Wish it was in the If my model starts glitching, it's because I'm looking at one of my other screens real quick. Let's look in story submissions. That was what? Oh, did Watt submit something else? Okay. Oh no, it would have been my DM. Sorry, that's right. I was like looking everywhere. I'm like, where is it? Open file. So now, yeah, I finished it, Author Relic, with the present day of book, September 15th, Brian's birthday, chapter 25. And obviously I can't tell if that's accurate or not. I'm just assuming it is. But the last note I had was in 1962, the Cinder Development Initiative, and then 1975, the Cinder Development Project are very similar. I don't know if those are the same project. If they are, make a note that they're the same. If they are different, you might want to change the name slightly to make it more clear that they are different. Unless part of the mystery is that they sound similar. Let's see. But yeah, yes, I did finish it. Okay, phew, I was so worried there for a second. So let's see. Bye Decaf, bye Senpai. Yes, everyone have a wonderful night. Thank you so much for joining. Okay, for what? So, where are you? Was it me? I was looking at another screen. I promise I didn't go that far. So what has another work for us? Let me go ahead and switch the screens over so that way you guys can see it. I'm a hard-working little cryptid over here, learning all my OBSs. So for everyone new, a lot of my raccoons make fun of me because it is true. I have just a single little computer desk, and to make the VTuber work, when we first tried it just with one computer, it didn't move. So Papa Cryptid and Roots figured it out. They finagled stuff from the abandoned 8-Eleven dumpster and the abandoned Best Buy dumpsters. And they cobbled everything together, and to make this stream work with my VTube model here in computer land, right? I have 3 monitors. I have 3 keyboards. I have 2 mice, 2 mouses. Because sometimes one mouse won't work on one of the screens, so I have to use the other mouse. I have the camera, I have the microphone, I have I have a laptop. I have a lot of stuff here. So everyone makes fun of me for having like, oh, how many monitors do you have now? You have 18 keyboards now? How's that going? And I'm like, no. So if my model ever looks away while I'm looking at stuff, it's because I've moved enough to look at the 3rd monitor, and the face tracking just kind of keep up with me shifting over that far. So if anything like that happens, it's because I have a little wonky setup, that's all. The streamer is inspiring me to plan your 3rd novel. That sounds really fun. I'll include the streamer in my thank you speech as I accept the Pulitzer Prize for fiction. Yes! I think I have an eagle. I think you have goals. I think you have dreams. That makes it really fun. Thanks, Cryptid. Oh, it's always a pleasure, author. Like, I'm always excited to see new things from you. And we finished chapter 3 for you today of the 5 chapters you submitted. So in the future, I'm really looking forward to going through chapter 4. You also made one of these for your characters. Ooh. Instead of a Best Buy, the Best of Used Buy. They call it Bub. Yeah, I had to work on more of the world building, huh? Because I stream in lore from an abandoned 8-Eleven parking lot. We just hooked up all these parts that we scavenged from the dumpsters into the trash cans outside the abandoned 8-Eleven. And because of cryptid powers, it sometimes works. So if you guys ever notice anything janky, that's why. It's really hard. You know, I just emerged from the swamps of Central Florida, and I'm trying my best though. That doesn't always mean it's good, but I did try my best though. So let's see here. This is from Watt, right? I got it right. Let me make sure. Yeah, this is Watt's second submission tonight. So after the fall, that's your current working title, and it's a character web. Okay, this looks so much nicer. Is it just me? Like when I do a character web, it's actually like a scrawled out sketch thing. Like you actually draw a circle with the character's name in the middle, and then you like have all those lines as little spokes coming out of it. It looks like a conspiracy board. Everyone here has much nicer documents than I do. I thought you'd be taking a picture of like all the squiggled lines and the spiderweb stuff that I do, so you're already ahead of me. So we have Jackson McKee. I think I'm saying the name right. Connection is Jasmine McKee, his twin sister. Okay. Lena Wu, who's an ex-girlfriend, and Harry Sullivan, his best friend. The C-3PO shack had a few extras. Traits for Jackson is they're observant, they're quiet, and they're guarded. Colt wants a life of freedom no matter the risk to himself. Oh my, that's probably really tough after he left the military, huh? He'll go to great lengths to accomplish this. Note suffers from PTSD from his time in the war, especially with not being able to save LB in time before being wounded himself. So I think almost like this should be like guilt. PTSD, that might be going into the traits, because that stuff is going to shape a lot of his interactions going forward, right? Yeah, you are? I was what? Oh my. I lost track of what I said that you're responding to. My bad. He suffers in silence. So yeah, you have quiet here. That's good. That's good. So he won't burden anyone. Jackson's desire for a free life comes from him watching his father work himself to death even after becoming very ill. Yeah, so you have a lot of backstory. You have a lot of how these character relationships have impacted his life, how it's impacted his future relationships. You have his goals being inspired by seeing his dad suffer. You have some of his current traits being inspired by PTSD, by guilt. I think maybe some of these motivations should be listed here in traits, just so that way when oh, right on the last name. Okay, good. Yeah, McKee. Because some of these traits, even though they are just notes here, it's his backstory, they do impact how he might react to different characters and stuff in the future, right? Having guilt about not being able to save somebody could really impact how he interacts with his sister, right? Is he really protective of her now? For some reason, even though I kind of speak 3 languages, I'm really good at names. Or maybe it's because I speak 3 languages. It's probably because you speak 3 languages. That's a really cool talent. Oh my goodness, I really admire people who know multiple languages. I think that's an amazing trait. Are you don't have to say, it's fine if you don't want to. Are you from the US? Are you from like out of the US? Because we've mentioned in other streams, I'm like, oh, I really feel like being bilingual or being multilingual in the US, even though we do have required learning for languages, it's almost discouraged a little bit. Like we don't have great schooling K through 12 to actually learn another language. You're from New York. Oh wow, that's so amazing that you did it. I have a lot of speakers in chat who, when they are multilingual, they're actually from places like the Netherlands. They're from Germany. They're from stuff like that. A lot more of my chatters who speak multiple languages are from actually outside the US. So that's actually cool. You didn't learn in school though. Yeah, that explains it. That explains it. Yeah, here in the US, I feel a lot like our education system doesn't actually help us too much for learning multiple languages. We learn another language for years, but after school's over, we don't actually really retain much of it. It's very interesting. So far, I actually think Jackson McKee, this feels really strong. I like the backstory with the little update you did. I like some of this personality coming through. He suffers in silence, so he won't burden anyone. He has guilt. He has PTSD. I think this is a pretty solid grasp you have of this character and how this character will interact with people. I think this is really great for him. Jasmine McKee, her connections are her brother, Jackson, her twin brother, and Lena Wu. Oh, that's her friend. So she's best friends with her twin brother's ex. Ooh, does that cause tension at all? Is that anything? She's very determined, outspoken, and rational. Wants to become a famous singer and honor her father's memory as she shares his passion for music. Okay. So I almost feel like maybe being rational, but having like this super high goal, being a famous singer. And part of the work earlier, you mentioned these were both characters who were black and suffering in getting job connections. They're suffering because of that background, right? They're having a lot of trouble because of the racial stuff happening, maybe. So I'm almost wondering, like, if is this black woman who is this twin brother to someone who's just come back from the war. She's seen a lot of shit that the dad suffered from working himself to death. I almost feel like maybe she's not rational for wanting to be a super famous singer, right? Maybe she's a little less, or maybe she's really aspirational. Maybe she's really ambitious. Maybe she's really that ambitious would work well with determined and outspoken, right? She's determined, outspoken. She's ambitious. She has high goals. She's trying to get them back together. Ooh, yeah, make a note here. Make a note of that. That would be great. That she's trying to get her brother back with Lena Wu. But yeah, having this girl who's very rational, maybe if it's important for your plot, then hey, don't listen to me. I always say, if my advice doesn't help you, if it doesn't help the story, ignore it. Throw it into the trash can. This is free advice. You can throw it away for free. But if you were looking for critique, if you were looking for some ideas about this, I'm wondering if she should be ambitious, if she should be irrational, if she has these super high goals that might be very, very difficult or even unlikely for someone like her to actually accomplish. And that's part of why, that's part of her personality. She still wants those high goals. She still has these dreams. You have here for Jackson has, and that's her twin. They both witnessed the same things growing up. They're twins, right? They both grew up the same time. They both witnessed the same things happening in the family. So Jackson's very impacted by his father working himself to death at I think you said it was in the port, right? He worked at the docks. Does that affect Jasmine at all, seeing her father work himself to death? And seeing her brother now going back to work in the ports too, does that impact Jasmine at all? You also learned Spanish from your family. That's awesome. You always get the same response when I say I learned French. My condolences. Yeah, French was actually, when I was in middle school, I took Latin classes. My middle school offered that. But then afterwards, they only offered it for 2 years, and you needed 3 years of language. So then I took Intro to French, And my high school didn't offer any Latin, so then I just continued with French through all of high school. And I was pretty okay at reading it and understanding stuff, and I was pretty okay at looking at words and saying it with a, passable American accent, in the French class. I'm not going to say that the French people liked my accent. I'm going to say that in my class, my teacher gave me really passing grades for speaking French. I was terrible. If you did any of those things where you play the audio of somebody speaking French and then you had to write down what they said, no idea. No idea. I could read it. I could physically speak it. I could not listen to it. I could not listen to French and actually tell you what that person said at all. I failed every single one of those questions if it was done that way. Oh my goodness. You always wanted to learn French but never did. You just never found a practical reason to learn it. Yeah, it's depending on what other languages you know, it's not as if I had to redo it, I wouldn't have had as much fun learning it, and I don't enjoy it. You had people asking you why they didn't understand what I told them. I think if I was to relearn languages now and actually do it with the intent of actually learning it, not just to pass a grade in school, I've been looking into, I would do either German or Russian. Something about the way they organize their sentences makes a little bit more sense to my brain. It's a little easier, the little bit I've looked into it. And I'm like, oh, that makes a lot more sense to me than some of the French grammar and language rules that they have. My brain physically understands the little tidbits I picked up of Russian and German. So I'd probably do one of those instead. But otherwise, yeah, that's my only real feedback on it. I need to find time. I need to find time to learn a language, huh? But yeah, with for everyone new here, Cryptid Roots is actually a business. It's the legal business. Me and Roots make patches and embroidery and clothes and all sorts of other creative stuff. And then I just had this funny idea, like, yeah, I want to make a VTuber model for Cryptid and a little persona for Roots, and I think that'll be really fun. And now you'll sometimes hear me mention the business stuff just in passing, so that's what that's about. But the stream isn't even really about the business. It's really about writing now, right? It's turned to something completely different. You want to learn Japanese for work, but I can't that ever go anywhere. Even if it doesn't, that would be really fun, right? Then you get to... I think it's really cool with people who do learn Japanese. They get to watch more of the animes, and they can tell when the dub or the subtitles are off. They're like, that's not what that character said. They said it this way. I think that's really funny when people can do that. I've even picked up, I'm watching more C-dramas, and I know some of the honorifics. I picked up on some honorifics that they use. And sometimes when we're watching, me and Mama Cryptid are watching subtitles for our C-dramas, and the C-drama will say oh, character calls character P, or character A calls character B by his first name. I'm like, that's not what he said. He finally called him little brother. He's the little brother honorific. He's been using a formal honorific this entire time, and he finally recognized him as the little brother. They're mending their relationship, and I'll have to interject with with what honorifics are actually being used. I think I actually annoy Mama Cryptid, but it's so important to me. So maybe I'd actually have fun learning. Chinese is really hard though. I heard from a lot of people it's really, really difficult to learn Chinese. So maybe I wouldn't enjoy that one as much. So yeah, I think Jackson is good. I think Jasmine, I'd like to see, or not me, I mean this is for you, right? But I think maybe you should keep in mind, does their dad's death, working himself to death, impact Jasmine at all? Does her brother now working the same job impact her at all? And what does becoming a famous singer, what does that say about her? Does she have high hopes? Is she very ambitious? Stuff like that. I think maybe she could use a little bit more work. With connections, Jackson McKee is her ex. Jasmine McKee is her best friend. Miss Wu is her aunt, and then Uncle Fawn is her uncle. So she's an aunt and uncle. Okay. I don't see... Okay, no. She is guarded, resilient, and selfless. So both her and Jackson are guarded. they're both a little, her trait here is she's selfless. And then Jackson's both, he suffers in silence, so he won't burden anyone, so he's kind of selfless too. These two are actually very similar. I'm not sure if that's purposeful or not, if you want them to be very similar, like birds of a feather flock together type thing. Or if you want to make them maybe a little bit more different, because sometimes opposites attract, right? Even just like some little different personality quirks. Wants to rekindle her relationship with Jackson and is willing to help on his journey. What's his journey? Just as every day his life journey? Okay. Lena's most guarded secret is that she was pregnant with Jackson's baby and wanted to tell him the day he shipped out but decided not to. And then she had stress and then the baby didn't make it. Oh no. Yeah, that. So she still wants to get with him, but there is this trauma that she's suffering silently from too. So they are actually very, very similar. I would think, like, do you want these two characters to be that similar? They have very similar personality and characteristics, which is fine. That is totally, I'm not saying that's a wrong thing. I'm just saying, write the story intentionally knowing. Are you intentionally trying to make these characters emotionally very similar? Or is that something that accidentally happened and you actually want to make them a little bit different? She became guarded after that. Mary Sullivan, this is the friend in the flashback. Jackson McKee's best friend. He knows several people in the Italian mob. I don't know if like the mob's after him or if these are friends. He knows someone in the Irish mob. Ooh, rival mobs here. Black Lotus Tongue. So he knows several people in several different mobs. That might be a recipe for trouble. He's cunning, charismatic, and resourceful. Makes money by any means, no matter who it means working with. Very less drink, gamble, and is a womanizer. So he lives a very dangerous life. If he's friends with people across mob lines, that could be really dangerous. Liam Declan. Okay, you're mentioning some of the mob people again. That are his enemy. And that Harry is a smuggler. Harry's a smuggler. Okay. I think of maybe Dad was prior singing. Okay. For Jasmine, like, who was the singing goal? Always someone that inspires singing, even if not in the family. Yeah, is there a type of singing she does? Does she do church singing? Like, does she does that? Does she do like opera singing? Does she does folk singing? Does she sing the blues? Like, there's a lot of different ways to take that, right? So, and we don't even know if he has his passion for music. We don't actually know if he was a singer. He could have just had a passion for playing the guitar. And she might have sung while he played the guitar. We're not quite sure. But again, we don't need to. This is just your notes. As long as you, the author, the writer, know, that's fine. But that could be a really important theme of what type of music was she inspired by. That's very true. Creative one. So there is Liam. Liam is insane, sadistic, and bloodthirsty. Oh my goodness. He wants power and his enemies to fear him. The war didn't change him, it only enhanced his love for conflict and blood. Respects and envies Jackson's time in the campaign, but will not hesitate to end him if he gets in the way. In the way of what? Is Jackson suddenly gonna be in all this mob stuff too? Is he gonna be? If he liked the war, did the war end? Is that why they're all back, or did they just finish their service? I thought they finished their service and now they're back. But if the war ended, then yeah, they all come back. And the only war now is to make their own war within the gangs, right? The idea that you had for it is that their father plays the piano with her, but it got put in the IDK pile. Yeah, if they play the piano, that would be a really good thing to note when they go home, right? Because we had a lot of trouble visualizing what does this home he comes back to look like. It just said peeling paint. I thought this might be like a really small, like a almost rickety type home, because there's the peeling paint, there's a creaky something, and then we didn't get a lot of descriptions of stuff. That it was very homey cooking. But if it's big enough to house a piano, if they have piano money, that might be a good thing to note. And that when he comes in, they had to pass by the piano to get to the kitchen. Yeah. So if there is something as big as a piano, that says something about them, right? Sounds like wealth, power, or revenge. Or if there's revenge, it doesn't really mention revenge. It just says that this is somebody sadistic. So I thought maybe this is just a killer for killer's sake. He just likes hurting people. And even if his goal is for enemies to fear him, you can even do something like if this is just an insane killer, this is just a psychopath, or not psychopath, is it a sociopath? There's different meanings for it. I'm not the most well versed in that. You'd have to look into that, right? Then you do that. He just likes killing for killing's sake. He likes to thrill. If he needs enemies to fear him because he was afraid, right? He was afraid and he was abused and he almost died, and now to make sure he's safe, he needs to make everyone else fear him, so he feels like the baddest thing. That could be a good note, right? He's doing all of this in response to trauma and fear. But it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like he loved his time in the war. So think about, okay, why is this person like this? Because that could tell you a lot about them. Why do they want people to fear them? Why do they want power? Why do they like bloodlust? Why they love conflict? Even putting something on the piano bench would be a really cool detail. Yeah. Just making that space more lived in. We didn't get a lot of details of each scene because they were so fast. They were so back to back. So Enzo is part of the Italian mob. Okay. He's someone higher up because he has underlings. Liam is his enemy. And then Harry Sullivan is just a smuggler again. Calculated, rational. Again, you have a lot of people who have some very similar traits. A lot of people are rational and self-sacrificing and this and guarded. Really, I think it's mostly Harry has unique characteristics. And then this guy, this insane sadistic person, Liam Declan, he has unique characteristics. Some of the other ones have he's the main antagonist. Yeah, I think I got that from the fact he wants to kill people. I think I pieced that together, but thank you. But yeah, these two, Harry and Liam Declan, have the most unique characteristics. A lot of the other characters are starting to get, in drawing, in artwork, it's called like same face syndrome, when you draw people very, very similarly. Sometimes in writing we have a similar thing. We start giving people very similar personality traits because it's a comfortable personality for us to write. It is something to be aware of. Sometimes we purposely do it, and that's fine, but then you had to knowingly be doing it purposely. City is based around New York and Chicago. I think you mentioned it. And again, also with the mob, with the several mobs in one city, I kind of figured it was a big city like that. So this dude, Enzo, he wants to keep the mobs of Dalton City at peace and end the current power struggle? Oh, that's really ambitious. Oh my goodness, he wants to end the power struggle. The death of his cousin creates a massive power struggle between the mobs and the triads. Jeez. So just from the little snippet, the first chapter you showed, I had no idea this was going to be about a mob story. This was going to have so much about the mob and mafias and killings and stuff. It almost seemed like this coming back home story for the main dude. I think if it's all about this, if so much of it is about them struggling to survive and go through the stuff in the mafia coming back from the war, I think maybe your beginning should be closer to this stuff, with him back at home. Somebody like Harry's gotten caught up in mob stuff, and he's helping Harry out and dealing with stuff at home at the same time. So he's kind of split between two different worlds, and that's the story. But the whole first chapter, I don't think really mentioned anything of the mob. So I somebody new to reading this who would be interested in this mob story, right? reading your story would have no idea it's the type of story they'd like to read. So maybe mention some of the mob stuff a little bit earlier to give the people that would be interested in that the little taste of it, the little, ooh, that's something I'm interested in. That's the thing I like reading about. Much of Romeo and Juliet in the bridging gaps. Yeah, and that's fine, but if that's in the bridging gaps, the main story of it's still about the mob. That's why I said his conflict is going back and forth between the mob stuff and his everyday normal life relationship stuff. And that's fine, but in the beginning it felt only like the one. Maybe introduce the second one instead, and the family stuff is in the background. That might be a better balance. Uncle Fun. His niece, his sister. Oh, I thought that would have been his wife. Okay, but yeah, so that's his sister. He's a second in command. Okay, so he's in with all the mob stuff too. So even Jackson's ex-boo, her family is part of different mafia stuff. So his best friend is part of multiple mafias. His ex-girlfriend is part of the family of some other triad stuff going on. He's caring, he's ruthless, he's reserved. Yeah, we have reserved again. He wants to expand the territory. He doesn't really interact with you outside the tongue. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I'm trying my best. Where can I give submissions? If you join the Discord, then you just have to read the rules for being a good little raccoon in the Discord. And there is a section in the Discord called story submissions. The only rules are no spicy stuff. I don't want to read all the spicy stuff live on stream. That gets a little embarrassing. And then I asked to limit it to shorter things, like 3 pages of story, or for this, right, this is a little longer, it's just formatted weird, but I think if this was spaced out normally, it would be 3 pages, and that's fine. That's why I scrapped the original version, because it did get too lovey-dovey. Yeah, it just depends on what kind of vibe you're going for. Side characters here. Okay, now we're here at the acts. Main plot point, Act 1. Jackson returns home. The jazz club opens. Oh geez, we didn't even get into that yet. Jackson begins bootlegging and smuggling. John Bellini dies. That sounds... Oh, my model's not working. Catch up. Somebody dies. That sounds like the start of your story. just from my outside perspective, that sounds like the start of your story now, right? That sounds like something has happened. Everything else almost felt like backstory. Everything else was like the backstory, the stuff that we'll learn over time if it's needed. That sounds like the start of the story. So somebody dies, there's a gang war that happens. And there's the Blue Lounge Massacre. And maybe, I don't know if Jackson's going to be at this massacre, if he's going to try and escape and stuff. Now, the place he works at, all his co-workers are dead. That sounds like the really cool, interesting place to begin the story, right? That's where things are happening. Act 2. Is there any method for what things you labeled Act 1 or Act 2? Or did you just do a couple lines and then said it's a new act? I'm not critiquing, I'm genuinely curious. Like, what was the method behind the madness of what was Act 1, Act 2, Act 3? Just so that I'm aware when I'm giving you the feedback here. So Jackson goes against Liam and becomes a target. The jazz club gets firebombed. Oh, geez, so that's the Blue Lounge and this jazz club get firebombed. Don Bellini forms a temporary truce with Jackson. Here's my lo-fi beats. Let me go back. Okay. There's my lo-fi beats. Jasmine is there. Okay. So Jasmine dies, or is at least at the Blue Lounge Massacre. Jackson goes against Liam and becomes a target. The jazz club gets firebombed because he's a target, I'm guessing. Don Bellini forms a temporary truce with Jackson to deal with Liam. The Park Ridge Police Massacre. Yeah, all these massacre parts sound like the cool stuff. It was a plan and fill in later. Not quite sure what that means. Jackson meets with Liam. Jackson screws over the Italians. Goes to Uncle Fonz for help. And then Liam is killed. And then you have the different ending ideas. Jackson dies. Jackson's in jail. Jackson has a happy life with Lena. You can even do something like Jackson's now on the run, right? Liam is killed. Jackson's now on the run. And the readers are wondering, like, oh, will he ever be able to escape? Will he ever meet up with Lena? Will something like that? This is sounding very. Is it West Side Story? The competing mobs, and it's kind of Romeo and Juliet inspired. That's what I'm kind of picking up from, if I'm remembering the right thing. Did somebody message on the Discord? Let me see here. There's chatting. Need to say hi. Yes. And then we have story submissions here. Right? I just see. Maybe nobody did. I thought somebody did more story submissions. I only see what still. I don't know how to refresh it. If somebody did do more storytime submissions, then I can't quite see it yet. There's some sort of issue. Hold on. But anyway, let's go back to this. I think Act 3 sounds pretty good. This seems like they're ramping up. Jackson betrays the Italians. He goes to this ally for help, and at the end, Liam is killed, and you have the ending. The Act 3 sounds pretty solid. And the problem you have with me, if you do mind, is that I don't plan much. I don't know why I do anything. It's just there because it sounded cool while I was writing. I give random things I wrote in the past a purpose later on, so it seems like I planned everything from the start. Yeah, and if you ever look at geez, I don't think it will show mine without me changing the OBS screen. That's what my little black screen was, right? I was showing this is my word vomit of me figuring things out, and I would write stuff like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if this character, then this witch has a giant wolf shadow familiar, and it does this and it does that, and da-da-da. And then I went back and I'm like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if the shadow familiar is like a demon, it corrupts the witches. And then I had to go back and do this, and it's just the word vomit, right? It's just the stream of consciousness writing out your ideas. And then by the end of it, it almost looks like you did some stuff on purpose. And that's totally fine. Now, can I critique that easily on stream? Probably not. But if you then make like a separate Word document and you take all those ideas that you had and you kind of like plot it out there, then it looks like you did it. Then it looks like you did it like purposely right from the start, right? You are so good at word vomit that I'm known and loved for it in your friend group. Yep. You and me are gonna get along just fine. I think we have very similar writing styles then. That's the method to the madness. Yeah, that's how we just get all those ideas out of our brain. And after they're all out of our brain, you know, it took 20, 50 pages to get it all done. But then you can look back and you can collect all the little scraps that now kind of make sense. And now you almost have like a full coherent thing. And that's how you do it. That was all of November. I was literally just on stream being like, yep, this is how you write a rough draft. This is how you figure things out. Yeah, I'm stuck. I have a plot hole here. Now let's fix it. Let's keep word vomiting out solutions to this plot hole. So it's stuff like that, right? And I firmly believe in really sloppy, messy rough drafts like that. Really messy plotting. Stream of consciousness writing. It's my preferred method. But here, so Act 3 feels good. Most of this was created during the first version. That's fine. It's not bad that it was created during the first version. It's whatever version it was. It's all good. So I feel Act 3 is pretty solid, and then you just have to decide what ending you want. I think with Act 1, I think you're open. I think the beginning of your story is the spot that needs the most work. What is the actual start? Because the start sets the tone for the piece, right? That's going to give people the idea of what kind of story are they getting into. And I think Jackson returning home might not be the start. I think other characters might reference it, like, oh, why is this person who just came back from war getting all up in our business with the mafia stuff, right? Like, other people could mention it, could be part of his character. He might even be struggling with the war stuff because he has PTSD, because he just came back. But we don't need to start with him coming back. The same way we don't need to start with him back in the war. The same way we don't need to start with him being a baby, being born. Right? We don't need all that backstory fluff. We could start with the cool stuff that happens, which is this mafia rival stuff going on. I keep thinking it's how the writer of One Piece did it. I'm like, Oda didn't plan anything, guys. He went back and rewrote stuff to fit what he's writing 1,000 episodes later. Yep. It had a random subplot with a British nurse. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm out for the night. Later stream, later chat. Good night, Kyo. Have a wonderful night. Thank you for joining as long as you did and listen to me yap for so long. We're almost at 3.5 hours here. So yeah, I think rethink where you actually want this cool beginning scene to be. To introduce the stuff that's happening and to introduce Jackson somehow. I think maybe rethink your beginning. That might be the weakest point out of the 3 arcs. Otherwise, I'm just gonna trust you because I don't see the pacing or anything. I'm gonna trust that this is all stuff that needs to happen for Act 2, and Act 3 seems honestly pretty solid. It seems like the really good the ramping up of tensions and then the de-escalation of stuff, all the consequences that happen. This seems pretty good. This, I'm gonna assume, is pretty good. I think really the only thing to reconsider is where do you want to start? You start more closer to the action. We don't need to start with too much backstory. You know what I mean? And otherwise, that is my critique. It was mostly just be aware of like same face syndrome for artists. We have similar thing with writers. Sometimes we do same personality traits, same character syndrome. So be aware if your characters get a little too samey. And then 2, just rethink where your intro should be. And that's really only my 2 pieces of critique. Otherwise, I think this is really interesting. I really like the settings. I think all these character dynamics are going to be really interesting to see play out. But yeah, that's my critique. And thank you so much for submitting to Storytime. I appreciate it. I always say, I know it's really brave of you guys to submit to Storytime. So let's see. I have so many documents open now. Oh my goodness. I have a black screen. Let me fix that real quick. There we go. That's my super messy rough draft in the background. Chapter 4? Oh my goodness. I'm thinking I might actually have to call it a nighttime. That was a lot of reading. I'm still sick. Oh, hello. Welcome to the Cryptid Cult. Have fun. But yeah, hello. Have you been lurking with us before? Is this your first time hanging out with us here? But yeah, otherwise, I guess if we have a new chatter, I could read a little bit more. But I want to try and limit how much I read because I've been yapping for 3.5 hours. Right? I'm still sick. I'm trying to take it easy. Let me take a sippy. That's what I'm gonna do. Hey, everyone hydrate. I have to. We like cryptid yapping. Thankfully. Because Lord knows I can yap. This is my time of the day when I mostly yap. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. And welcome to Cryptid Cult. Can you submit? Yes, the only rules are no spicy content. I don't like reading spicy, sexy stuff on stream. It gets a little embarrassing. And then unless you have prior permission, just try to keep it to 3 pages or so. But yeah, I'm not sure if I'll read it tonight. Well, we'll see how long the submissions are. I might have to read it tomorrow. Oh no, it's not in chat. No. Not in chat. Hold on. It's in the Discord. Hold on. Let me see here. But yeah, if you go to the Discord, there's a part of it labeled story submissions, and you can do that. Hold on. No, I don't want to do any of that. Oh my goodness. That's not any of the right stuff. I just wanted to delete that one comment. I don't want to do anything like a ban. That's crazy. Why does everyone have sad faces now? But yeah, if you go to the Discord, then you can submit it. I try to keep links out of chat. It's in the profile. It's in the Cryptid profile. You can see it in the oh my god, words. It's getting so late at night. That's how you know it's been too long for Cryptid. I need to set up that little shortcut people try to do with the exclamation point. I don't know how to set that up yet. I'll have Roots look into it. But otherwise, I think somebody did a hydrate or dihydrate. Okay, let me do that real quick. There's your sippy. There's your sippy that you paid your raccoon tokens for. I'll wait a little bit while in case anyone needs help getting to the Discord. Cryptid, is Die Hard a Christmas movie or is it a movie that happens at Christmas time? I think the general consensus is that it is a Christmas movie, right? I think my hot take is that Night Before Christmas is technically a Thanksgiving movie. But I know the world's not ready to hear that yet. I think most people agree. Isn't it a Christmas movie? Maybe I shouldn't talk shit though. I have never seen Die Hard, so maybe maybe I'm already canceled just for that. Let's see over here. Let me check the Discord real quick. Let me see if everyone is doing okay. We do have one new submission. You've never seen Die Hard. I'm a cryptid from the swamps. I've only emerged from the swamps recently, and then I'm streaming from outside an abandoned 8-Eleven, and we're plugged into the trash cans outside there with parts we scrapped from the abandoned Best Buy next door. I'm still learning about human stuff. You guys are all my raccoons. I'm just trying my best. You haven't seen Die Hard either, to be honest. Are you a cryptid too? Yeah, you know, just a cryptid trying my best, still learning all about humans. So y'all are grounded. You can't ground me. I'm in charge here. But listen, like, we don't have streaming Die Hard in the swamps of Florida when you're a cryptid. You had to go out and join human society for that. I'm still catching up. I've only been hanging out with other cryptid spooky guys for a while. Like I'm still learning. Oh my goodness. I think that's the first time Author Relics tried to ground me. Tell mommy cryptid hat lays the law down. That's right. I'm in charge. I have all the power. Don't you guys forget it. Hold on. See, I can even do this one. See, look at that. Look at that in chat with all my little raccoon police officers. Where did Kess go? I don't know. Did they... Chiklaka? And then I think somebody else wanted to submit, right? Nice to meet new writers. Yes, it's really good to hang out. Can I submit? Yeah. Alrighty. You were working on your other screen. Sorry. No, don't ever be sorry. That's silly. That's something silly to be sorry about. So I do have one submission. I don't know if it was just one or two people trying to submit. There is one. Eden SMP 00. You can... Do you mean publish? Do you mean show your copy? I'm assuming you don't want your copy punished. You've been turned into a roll. It's true. You're now a rolled raccoon. How does that feel? You're a little raccoon in a blankie. That sounds really cozy though, which was the vibe you were going for earlier. So hey, that kind of works. So let's see here. Let me get everything. What is this? This document's author is using the pageless format. Okay. Okay, this doesn't look too long. So let's go ahead. Now I have to get my screen all set up. Hold on, I'm getting everything all set up. This is really short, so I think we can do this one. And then I might call it night. Is it this one? Nope. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Am I gonna be deep fried? Maybe. I said raccoons had to be nice to each other in chat here, but man, if you guys have raccoon cannibalism outside of chat, and you guys are deep frying each other, I don't control that. That's what happens off stream. Hello darkness, my old friend. You're a perrito. When's the next stream? I'll try to stream tomorrow. I know I said like, oh, I'll try to have like a more casual stream now that it's December, but I haven't quite settled on it yet. So I'll probably stream tomorrow night too until I feel a better rhythm of how often I want to stream. If I end up canceling, I'll let you guys know, so don't worry. I know I said that after the market, but genuinely, I was so sick after the market. Oh my goodness, it was horrible. Hello, chat. Just no bad words, okay? When you're writing stuff here on live stream, that's all. Deep fried Callie. You already been deep fried? You laying the sun for it? Is also your friend? The sun's your friend? The sun is not my friend. I get burnt. I get crispy. I think people in chat were making fun of me before. I was actually I was so hungry one time during stream, but I still wanted to keep streaming. I was eating my pizza on stream, but they all realized, they're like, it sounds so crunchy. What are you eating? And I'm like, yeah, I like really burnt pizza. And everyone was making fun of it sounds like I was eating charcoal. There's these like obnoxious crunching sounds as I was chewing my pizza. Sounds like I was eating a brick. Sun is not friend. It burns me so bad. I get burnt. And I think it's because, I'm a little swamp cryptid. I'm used to being underneath all the swamp trees. And then I actually go out into the sunlight and I'm like, and you see the fact I'm blue. It isn't. Being sunburnt when you're blue, it just looks ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. I try so hard to look cool. I look so lame when I'm sunburnt. It does not look right on blue skin. Oh my goodness. I look silly. So I try really hard not to get sunburnt. Almost dead? Almost dead? So this is related to Minecraft. It's an Eden SMP. Is that related to like the... I don't play Minecraft. Roots does, but I'm not sure if they're on right now. I know some stuff wasn't. There was a Dream SMP stuff, but I think that stuff is like canceled now. I don't know. I don't keep up with a lot of the stuff. So maybe this is in reference to that. Event. So this is called Neko Hood. So I'm guessing it's cat hood. Is it hood as in like neighborhood, or hood as in like a cloak, like a hooded cloak, like a cat hood, like a cat shaped a cape, or like a cat neighborhood? Kind of ruins the frost protection. Oh. Well, we should learn from Execution of Nekoherd. Okay, so Nekoherd is just another clan from Itoden SMP. It's like cat people who are listening to Playboy Cardi music. Playboy Cardi music. Oh. Running with the sun out is better though. For me, I guess you have a natural shield. Nice. Mama Cryptid's actually like gets tan and stuff. She loves the sun. Mama Cryptid can be on sun for hours. She even says like she'll it's so bad. She loves baking in hot Florida cars. She'll just, and this is something you should not do in Florida, right? It's really unsafe to leave like children and animals and yourself in a hot car in Florida. Mama Cryptid loves it. Mama Cryptid loves just being like this. She's like, it's like being in an oven. It's like being in a toaster. You just lay in a hot car in Florida. And she'll just chat with her friends and stuff on the phone. She loves it. She's like, oh, it's so nice and warm and toasty. I'm like dying. I'm dying thinking about it. Oh my god. But yeah, she can deal with heat really well. She can deal with the sun really well. She gets tan. I did not inherit those genes from Mama Cryptid. I just burn. I look at the sun too hard and it burns me. It's so unfair. Why do genetics betray me this way? So there's an event, what we should learn from Execution of Nekoherd, which is this clan from Ito Eden SMP. You have the location, you have the players, you have reason, is the greed. They're going to be executing this other clan for greed. Consequence, their clan dissolved, like Tojo clan and Yakuza. I'm gonna guess it's like one of the Yakuza games. I never played them, but I've heard of them. Again, I just emerged from the swamps of Florida. I don't know all the human content stuff yet. So the content. This is very beginning when Ikara became the desirable person in whole Eden SMP. Because of his knowledge of the game, no one can surpass his farms design. So he's farming stuff like iron and stone, large-scale mob farms, unlimited food. Was revolutionary because his farm solved the main problem that people of Eden were facing at the time. People were dying by lowering of hunger bar, so that they were starving. He also farmed fish. I think people were dying by lowering of hunger bar. Maybe you could just say that they were starving. That seems like a little easier way to do it. Ikara did a good job, and made Nekohood popular among the land of Eden. Because of this. This isn't like a plot thing. I'm gonna assume this plot stuff makes sense, right? He has all these farming techniques. He has all this knowledge. He's making the Nekohood area like really popular. I'm just saying for clarity, if you are sharing this document with other people, you might not be. This could just be for you. I'm not sure. It just depends on your purpose. But if you are, this is all one sentence the way it is now. This might be more readable if you need to share this with other people if it was broken up into multiple sentences. That might make it a little bit more clear about what's happening. And people quote about Ikira. Okay. Nekohood is not that strong clan because most members of Nekohood clan born for the first time. Unlike Ikara, who has lived 9 lives and has gained, I'm gonna guess, so much knowledge. So there doesn't seem anything plot wrong yet. It's just like little spelling and grammar stuff that would make it a little bit more clear. He has gained so much knowledge and experience that he started seeing people from, I think Eden should be capitalized, inferior to him. This very same thing became the worst of him, thus making the Nekohood the first clan to dissolve. You're dyslexic? I get it. I'm dyslexic too. I totally get it. But and I know that does impact things like reading and words and the letters and stuff. I fully understand you. I'm very dyslexic. And not as like a jokesy thing, like legally diagnosed. My teachers when I was in elementary school assumed I would never be able to read and write because I had it so bad. I couldn't recognize my own name. It was really, really bad. But maybe even just reading stuff out loud, like how I'm reading this out loud, and then I'm noticing, oh wait, the sentence doesn't end. This is like really run on. So noticing like, oh, I just keep reading the sentence. Each paragraph here is one sentence. So maybe if you read stuff to yourself out loud, that gives you a better sense of pacing, and then it might be easier to identify when a period needs to happen. At least that helped for me when I was younger, you know. So he wants to, Nekohood will be the first clan to dissolve. What goes wrong? Did he start charging people money? Force them into his basement? What? Or he knowingly took advantage of a glitch that hurt people? So he had all this farming stuff. He was doing good. Ikara had lived 9 lives compared to everyone else who was noobs. And he's gained so much knowledge that he started to resent the other noobs because he thought they were inferior. And that made him a bad person. And thus he dissolved Nekohood. Maybe it's just because I'm not unaware. I'm a little confused of him wanting to dissolve the Neko neighborhood from all these new players, these first timers. And going into, did he start charging them money and forcing them into his basement and glitching and hurting people? I'm like, whoa, wait, when did that happen? I thought he was just mad that he was sharing all his farming hacks with noobs. What happened? You tend to do that when I'm just planning. I'm trying to get the ideas out before it leaves my brain. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. If this is just for you, as the writer, then you don't need to worry about those edits, right? Because the purpose of it isn't to be read by other people's. The purpose of it is just for you to keep your head on straight. And then you never need to fix that shit. It's just for you. If, since it has all this stuff up here, it almost seems like a flyer or something you're going to share with people. So I'm giving you that critique with that in mind. If you're sharing this with other players in Minecraft, then some of these sentence and grammatical errors might make things a little more clear if you are sharing it with other people. If you aren't, then you don't have to worry about this. Because the day is coming, and then like 5 seconds later, I'm like, no, come back. You can say where the road goes, where the day flows, only time. Yep, getting those ideas. If it's a rough draft and you're just getting shit on the page, absolutely, just get it on the page. Don't even, just go no stop. Go no stop. Just get all those words onto the page. It doesn't even matter. It's only because of this top part that I'm making the assumption that this is to be shared with other people, like as a flyer, like to plan this event, because it's saying like it's an event where so it sounds like other people. They're even giving like a server location. They're listing players. So I'm assuming, oh, this is something you're making to share with these other players who are going to do this event with you. And therefore, this is something to be shared. This is stuff that will make it a stronger document that people will understand a bit better. That's the only reason. So if this is a rough draft, ignore it. If this is to share with other players, or maybe try to focus a little bit on breaking this up into sentences to make it a little bit more readable, and that will help the other players know what you want. So ask these questions. Before I answer this, let me introduce you to clan member of the Neko neighborhood and leader Chikilaka. I'm assuming I'm saying that right. This thing already happened in real time. You're just drafting it. Oh, okay. That makes sense. So yeah, if this is just for you, then yeah, you don't need to worry about that. That makes sense. Okay, that was one of the things where like I assumed this was going out to people. But if this is just for you and you're drafting it, then I'm not too worried about that. So, Chikilaka, that's you. Chikilaka is a nonchalant, chill dude, but has a knack of bullying people who do wrong. So, as he never played Minecraft before, but he knew many talented people who could assist him in Eden SMP. One of them was Ikura, as you know, and the other two were Roboxfer and Hito. Don't say that. Oh my goodness. Don't say that in my chat. Oh man, I don't even know how to delete that. It would be really helpful if Roots was on right now, huh? Oh well. But yeah, try to watch the language and stuff in the chat. That is one of the things I do want you guys to all be nice raccoons in the chat. So the other two players, Roboxfer and Hito. At first, Chikilaka was never going to invite Ikura, because he knew something about Ikura that we don't know. Chikilaka, Roboxfer, and Hito were new to the game and also joined Eden SMP late. So these ones are the new people that Ikura started maybe not liking later. Am I keeping up right? They really needed assistance, not assistant, and out of desperation added Ikura to their clan. Ikura was not happy with the condition of the Neko neighborhood. They were performing poor, and he felt envy of people higher level than him. Oh, I thought Ikura was like one of the higher level people. People passed him, not past him. BASSED. People passed him walking with fully diamond gear armor. This made Ikura experience an intense, uncontrollable anger, fueled by the feeling that someone else has something he wants and he'll always be inferior to them. Okay. So I think this seemed good, and then you went back in time. Like this started at a point when we're learning stuff, and then you got back in time here by saying, oh, before I answer this, let me introduce you to stuff, and then you're saying the same things just in more detail that was kind of mentioned here. So it almost feels a little bit like a repetition, but if that's how you want, if this is like a fun little newsletter for yourself to keep track of stuff, then hey, who am I to critique on that? You know what I mean? So Ikura had a knowledge of the game that started his journey to make Nekohood the best clan. He started by finding the village and began to hunt the village with Chikilaka. Why did he do this, though? I thought he didn't like them. 2 nights passed, and Chikilaka and Ikura didn't find any village. Either they were already occupied by other clans or emptied. This made Ikura rage and want to quit, but Chikilaka touched Ikura and said we should try south. Yeah, that's it. He said, let's go left. After their journey to south, they found a working village. In Ikura, in blink of an eye, made iron, stone, and XP farm. Okay, and their clan progress looked really good. Yeah, it's something into the issue again. It's really long run-on sentences. Chikilaka and Ikura plan to stay vigilant and hidden from the other clan, but not for long. Repetition makes things solidify. The Ash Ketchum complex. I don't know what the Ash Ketchum complex is. Isn't he always stay 12? Or is it just because he says like the same main lines of dialogue every episode? Is that it? One day, evil clan leader Potato. Oh wait, there's an evil clan leader? I thought Chikilaka or Ikura was in charge. Okay, so one day an evil clan leader Potato comes out of their nether portal. Evil clan was an antagonist clan, and thus had plan of destroying their base. So the evil clan Potato was the mean guy. But he was imprisoned by machinery and farms of Nekohood and asked Ikura to help him with his base. Yeah, there are multiple clans. Yeah, so just evil clan leader Potato. I thought this was their clan leader. This is a different. The antagonist clan leader Potato comes out of their portal. Like no one ever was. Okay. Ikura had no choice but to assist them, and hence Nekohood and the evil clan became allies. Oh jeez. And that's where Ikura, with help of evil clan and other Eden SMP people, made unlimited food farm. Ikura became closer to the higher ups, I'm guessing you're still evil, and proposed that he can help them with many things unimaginable and make Eden the Eden. Dun dun dun. Okay. Ikura got blind by his hunger. He got blinded. Yeah, he got blinded by his hunger of power and wants to gain more power by exploitation that no one saw it coming. He seed crack to find things. He started to crack. He started to see things like pillager outpost, ocean monument, stronghold, and ancient cities. I'm guessing sea cracked is a Minecraft term. Little did he know, Eden SMP is not naive and caught Ikura red-handed, and this is where they get executed. Oh my god. From prosperous land of firearms, where no nation can touch them, the good and bad were by their side. Blinded by power, breaking the rules to become the first clan to dissolve. Never ever think Eden SMP is easy to manipulate, and don't show the deadly sin of goon like Ikura. Wait, when did he see gooning? It sounded like he was greed. It sounded like he was greedy, not gooning. Gooning is like when you're doing like pervy stuff, right? Am I crazy? So reading this, you have a cool premise, and the in-universe lore story is nice. It reads more like notes. Okay, yeah. Oh wait, everything's so fast. Everything's so fast. It was a rough draft for video shooting. Okay, so this is a script. Okay. I thought this was just for funsies for you to keep track of things, but this is a script. Okay, yeah. Then I do think my earlier comment of having the sentences broken up will help you read it a little bit better if this is a script for a YouTube video, right? It will help you with the pacing for reading it aloud. Goon means bad. I thought, like, if you think of goon, it's like pervy stuff. It's like if you're like a gooner, if you're like gooning on people, you're and this person sounds, I didn't, unless I missed it, it didn't sound like he was doing pervy stuff. He wasn't looking at anyone with pervy intent, unless he was and I missed it. but goon is a word. It does mean a thing. You would use this to make an outline as next step. Then you can see how the bones work together next. Okay. This is the document. Hello and welcome. This is the document that all clan leaders made for their own clan for a video purpose. Okay. Thanks for reading it out and tips. I'll keep them in mind when writing the final script. Yeah, and that's all this is. You know, we're just giving little feedback to help make it better. I'm sorry. I think I could have given you better feedback if I knew from the start this was a script. At first, I thought it was a story. Then I thought it was an invite for people. And then the event already happened. And then I thought, oh, this is just keeping track of stuff. Now I know it's a script. So yeah, maybe I'll make a note about that. Like let me know what the document I'm reading is. Then I can give better feedback. But yeah, if this is for scripting, spacing out the sentences, how to word things a little bit better will really help when you're reading it out loud. Because if you have a lot of run-on sentences, you run out of breath during a YouTube video, right? It gets really hard to get all those words out. So mixing shorter sentences, longer sentences, really focusing on the pacing when you're going to be on video talking about this, that will help a lot. Yeah, good means self-loving time. Yeah, or if you're kind of looking at somebody in that pervy way, you're kind of looking at them in a gooner way. Yeah, like in-game, goon means. Oh, like yeah, you can have a goon, you can have a grunt, you can have a lackey, but that's not the deadly sin of goon. That sounds like it's a like a lust pervy thing. That maybe focus on the word choice there. I think you were mentioning earlier he was greed, right? I would replace that with greed. Yeah, you can have goons who are a lackey, but to goon, the sin of goon is different. What do you mean about goon? Pepperoni. Yeah, you can use thugs, cronies, minions, henchmen, or henchies. Gooning online means a sexual thing. A goon is a bad guy. Yeah. You're doing on the above docs. Cryptid likes their pizza extra crunchy. Or is charcoal really munchy? Oh my god, Callie, is that... Did you write a song for me already? Why is one of my first songs written about Cryptid about my charcoal pizza? This is what I'm known for. Oh my goodness, that's funny. That's funny. You specifically told them not to worry about grammar and stuff, because, you know, I had to rewrite and finalize anyway. Oh, okay, so yeah. I'm so sorry. Yeah, maybe specifying what things you were looking for in the critique would help a little bit more. So yeah, this is for scripting. This is a rough draft of just getting the lore done for the script. Okay, and then you are going to do all the grammar and the final edits to make this really cool Minecraft script about the cool adventure your characters are going on and the world building happening there. Okay, I'm caught up. Are you by any chance related to the blue people from Avatar? Nope, I'm just a cryptid. I'm a Central Florida cryptid. I came out from the swamps. I like to watch people. I made, you guys are all my raccoons. That's it. I might send you the final script for Insight. Yeah, if you ever want to submit it to the Discord later, for a later review, that's fine. So let's see here. So now that we know that, let's see here. So this is the rough draft of the script. Okay. I think all of this here, following along with the story, that made a lot of sense. I do like that. Okay, so like I followed along with the story pretty well. And again, you'll fix the grammar stuff. You'll fix the sentence structure stuff. Say that this could be called a zero build. You're a Fey Wolf. Oh, that sounds really cool. I'm like, really hard. AC won't work. Oh no, Callie, take care of yourself. At least it's some of the cooler months now, right? That helps. Callie also knows Ink. Yeah, Ink and Play's been here for a little while. Hello, Ink and Play. It's good to see you. So all of this, as far as the content following along with this, I kept along pretty well with what happened. So I think that was all okay. I would say maybe the beginning could use a little work, because it does still, this is the YouTube script, you start with what's happening, you do these questions, and then you restart again with what's happening. And I'm like, wait, I already listened to that. That could be a little boring for people who are going to see your super cool YouTube video, right? So repeating all of this is a little much right here in the beginning. So I would say maybe make the intro a little shorter, a little punchier. And that would be my main critique then. Would not repeat quite as much of the beginning. We can have repetition, but we normally want smaller chunks of repetition spaced out a little bit better. And that this is a very big amount in the beginning just to completely redo here. Hello, Jacob? I'll punch up. Keep posting stories, folks. Keep Cryptid here all night. No, I think after this I might be calling. We've been streaming for over 4 hours now. It's almost 2 a.m. Cryptid time. So I would actually like to do in the future my longer streams again, but again, that's when I stream less frequently. So I stream for only a couple hours when I stream every single day. I'd like to do less frequent streams, but have longer ones. Like I did really like when I streamed for 7 hours. It was really fun. We had a lot of stuff that we did. It was really fun yapping for that long. I would actually in the future really like to do a 12-hour stream. So I might try that in the future. But then again, I would need the rest the day before and after, right? It's just about pacing yourself. You can still post yours, just know that I might not read it tonight. I might read it tomorrow when you're on. Hold on, I'm stretching. My model's gonna freak out. Okay. Yeah, so you guys never had to post it while I'm streaming. You guys can post into the Discord whenever, right? So it's always, the Discord's always open. You can post whenever you guys want to. But just know that I might not read it right away, that I might save it for the next stream to read it, especially if my voice isn't doing too good. But yeah, Callie, if you ever want to post any of your stuff, that's totally fine. There's 12 little raccoons here. We can't let you leave. No, but I had to protect my voice, especially if you want me to read your chapters later, right? 6, 7, oh my goodness. 7, 8, 9, you guys are silly. But yeah, now knowing what this is, I would say maybe rethink having such a long intro that's already going to be repeated here in the beginning of the video. Make it a little bit of a shorter intro. Lamb deer. You guys are all so silly. So that is my critique finally. Sorry that I gave you a little wrong critiques back when I thought it was other things that it was not. But I caught up. And that is for a rough draft of a YouTube script to tell about your cool Minecraft story mode stuff that happened. I think have a little shorter, punchier intro before you go into all the story building. Do you have to resend a link for it to update on Google Docs? I have absolutely no idea. I'm not the best at technology. Roots figures this out for me. Cryptid keeps making me want to write. Make them stop it. Just kidding, keep going. I would love it if you wrote more. Whatever, and if you don't want to do writing, I hope that whatever other creative hobbies you have, you pursue those instead. I stopped writing for years and years. I've mentioned this on stream. I had a really rough time in high school and college. It was a really bad scenario for me. And I think when you suffer from that kind of depression for a while, it gets really hard to do the things that do make you happy because you're in such a bad mental state. So now that it's been a couple years since college, I'm hag age now, right? Like I'm a fully adult cryptid. I'm out into the world looking at all these human beings and stuff and learning about the world. Now that I'm in a better space mentally, and I started this business with Roots and all the other stuff, now I'm getting back into writing and editing and artwork and all the fun stuff because I'm slowly getting better mentally. You're not a hag? It's the thing, yeah, if there are some female VTubers, as soon as they hit 30, we call it hag age because there's a lot of pervy guys that are like, oh, if the girl's not like young 20s or 18, then why would you bother? So we finally reached the age, we reached 30, when a lot of those like stupid guys on the internet will stop, to use the word earlier, will stop gooning on you, because you're now considered old to them. They only want the super young girls. So if we are self-declared hags as soon as we reach 30, it's not like the bad thing. It's like a funny little joke online thing, to be 30 and to be a hag and to be less bothered by some of those toxic guys online. Cryptid has vocal immunity, so said the tribe. Survivors have spoken. Whose book are we reading? This is, somebody was showing a rough draft of a script for a YouTube video, actually. But we actually did several story times today. We had a lot. You don't know anything about it, but you did make it to 50k last month. That's right, Ink and Play. You did reach the 50k challenge. I'm so excited for you. I hope you feel so proud. You're really sad in high school. Yeah, high school and early college were rough for me. Forgot to follow. Oh, thank you for the follow. Did I do a hydrate or dihydrate 37 minutes ago? Oh man, I didn't even Redditing, you're gonna make millions. I don't even know if I did the last sippy for the hydrate or dihydrate. I'm so sorry, Watt, if I ignored your hydrate or dihydrate here. And with that hydrate or dihydrate, I think I'm gonna call it night. I'm tired. New story unlocked. Horror story about Hag Cryptid and how she curses people who wander into her Florida forest. She also eats your fingers. Only if I wash them. I don't know where you guys have been. That'll be gross. You guys should have cooties. I'll definitely wash the body parts first in like a stew. I'll wash it and then you put you guys in a stew. Makes it a lot tastier. I can either write a YouTube script or write 100 to 700 words of your novel. I said that earlier, but I've learned the word tom and baser instead. Tom baser. I'm saying it in the wrong French. This is not a French accent. Why am I doing this? It's because it's almost 2 in the morning. I'm making up other accents. French words for fall and kiss. Hey, you learned something new. About repetition, I'm direct response copywriter. Repeating ideas and words are in my nerves. Okay. You're a cryptid and you're worried about germs? Yeah, humans are gross. You guys ever seen humans? Gross. Ew. They had cooties. I don't want all that. Clean cryptid. I am a very clean cryptid. I have very good hygiene. I take very good care of myself. Name is with the Florida man. Yeah, what you guys don't understand is that there are it's a constant. Everyone you meet eventually, you'll see it several times a day sometimes, depending on how much you go outside. You'll see several Florida man and Florida woman. That's the problem. And even if you stay inside, one time Roots was inside and there was all this noises outside the house. We were all gone and they looked out and there was a whole cop car chase sequence that happened on our street. The person running away from the cops drove in all like the neighbors' lawns and stuff trying to like evade the police. They didn't even make it down the street. It was really stupid. But Roots was just over there like, I didn't even leave the house and I see crazy Florida man stuff. What is going on? Florida's wild, man. So I actually have the best and worst of both worlds. I was a baby cryptid up in Massachusetts. That's where I was born. And then I moved as a really young cryptid to Florida, and I've lived here ever since. So I have a lot of the bluntness, a lot of the shit-talking attitude, if you'll let me say it, as somebody from up north. We are more direct, we're normally a little colder, but we're normally more helpful. Down here in the south, they're very polite, but they're a lot more mean. And I actually had the worst characteristics of both. Now I'm very blunt to some people in real life. And I can also like smile and say insulted things to your face. It's really bad. I learned the toxic traits of both the North and the South. I'm unstoppable now. You bought a new shampoo. Does it smell good? I loved when I got I like a lot of stuff that's pomegranate scented. I have a lot of my perfumes and stuff are pomegranate scented. I had a body wash for a while that was also pomegranate scented, and when I had it, I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. It smelled so good all the time with all my pomegranate stuff. It was great. What the hell is this? Oh, it's because my lo-fi's changed again. Get out of here. So you guys had me staying past my lo-fi. My lo-fi timer ran out. She says, Wata. Wata! Park your car. Get a glass of water. You're raised up north too, but you're like super polite and quiet and gentle, and I feel like a failed New York person. So I try to be really positive and really nice on this stream. I try not to ever shit talk people or say anything rude, but low key as a joke, yeah. Yeah, you failed. Oh no. You gotta be tougher than that. No, low key, but a lot of the Southerners here, they'll say it's a very true description. Up north, there'll be people who help you. They're very helpful. They will talk shit the entire time they help you. So if you ever get like stuck on the side of the road, there is somebody who's gonna like pull over and check on you up north and like rant and call you an idiot the entire time they're changing your tire, right? And tell you like, you don't fucking know this, you don't. They'll like insult you the entire time, but they'll make sure you're safe. That's very much the vibe up north generally. Down here in the South, it's a lot of thoughts and prayers. It's a lot of well wishes. It's a lot of bless your hearts. Oh dear, bless your heart. They don't say as much things directly unless they're crazy from bath salts and stuff. Yeah, eventually all that, they say a lot of nice things. They don't really help you a lot. And eventually all that toxicity that they are keeping inside them just unleashes into the Florida crazy. That's when you then get your Florida man and your Florida woman, right? They cracked. The dams burst, and all that craziness, all that toxicity is unleashed, and that's why they go through a drive-thru and they throw a gator at somebody, right? That's why they have a problem with eating people's faces off after they snorted bath salts too much. That's when the Karen has a meltdown over stuff about a golf cart, right? It's just all the crazy stuff. Okay, so you would stop to help and comfort the person, but you wouldn't know how to change the tire. But yeah, in general, do you see what I mean? That's very much more of a northern thing, to actually stop and be like, hey, wait, what's up? Is this person safe? Or did they get in an accident? Even if you don't know how to help, just making sure they are safe until they get help. Very, very much more of a northern thing. Does it happen down here? Yeah. Is it happen as often? No. And even it's sometimes very transactional. One time there was somebody who helped me and Mama Cryptid. The car battery stopped. Car battery died. We need to restart it. We need to jump it. There we go. That's the term. And we were just like, oh, whatever. And we were like annoyed, but it wasn't a big deal. We just called like AAA or whatever, right? And we were just gonna wait for a while. It was fine. Hello, welcome to chat. But let me take this down because this is somebody else's work. Let me put up one of my things, at least that way for everyone coming in, they're at least seeing my messy drafts instead of me showing off everyone else's messy drafts, right? That's the polite thing to do. There we go. Hello, thank you for the follow and welcome to Cryptid Cult. Oh my god, we started today with 60 followers. We're almost at 70. Yeah, different people will check on you and go about their day. Yeah, so here in Florida, we got stuck. We weren't worried. We were just gonna call AAA, like whatever. And one of the things was this this hardcore Southern Trumper stopped by, and we didn't know he was like that at first. They stopped by and he offered us to help, and we're like, oh, what a nice guy. Like, yeah, you actually offered us to help? Like, that's fantastic. Yeah, sure, thank you. And then the entire time he was hooking up the cart, we're used to Northerners. Like, yeah, they'll cuss at you, they'll call you stupid and stuff, but it's fine. You know, they're just talking, they're just yapping. Just the opposite way I am, right? Instead of being super polite, they're just talking shit. But instead we were stuck there while he was helping us jumpstart the car, right? And he was just going on and on about how our kind of people don't deserve to live, but he's a nice person even though he's a Trumper, and he's gonna help us even though we're gonna burn eventually, and and you never let it forget that it was a Trumper who helped us and stuff like that. And I was like, you're stuck for half an hour with him. And at the end, he made really sure that as women, we should know that this man who was a real Southern man, who was a real man, not any of like those those LGBT folks helped us and stuff. It was a real man that helped them and stuff. And I was like, okay, bye. Like, please let me go back up north. Well, I'll let any like other Boston person yell curse words at me about how stupid I am while they help me jumpstart the car. That is so much more safe than this dude low-key making really bad remarks about how he misses like KKK meetings. Like, please. It was not good. Oh my god. And his car was already hooked up to ours before he started all this, so like we were stuck. It was so uncomfy. So yeah, anytime, even if somebody does help you in the South, it's so uncomfortable. Just let a Northerner cuss at you. It's so much better. You're so much safer. You have a random request and you'd totally be willing to gift a sub for it. I mean, you don't have to gift a sub for anything. It's just what you want to do. What's the random request? I don't know what it is. The kind of different people will check on you and go about their day. Yeah. But yeah, the helpful vibes in the North and South are very, and this is specifically like East Coast. I don't know about it for the West Coast as much. You're a college student and it's finals week. As part of your creative writing class, in order to pass, you need to attend a live reading and write a response. Would you be willing to read an original work of yours? I link your channel to my college as proof. It can be a short story, poetry, etc. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, something I could read real quick. I have a lot of my rough draft stuff. That's not fun to read through. I had the ballerina short. We already did that on an earlier stream. What is some stuff that people would... Well, does it have to be my original work? I think Author Relic actually wanted another chapter of theirs read. I could read, and Author Relic is a published author in chat. Their book is actually available to buy, but they actually gave us the first few chapters here, and I read through it live and I give critique about it. Would that be okay to read a chapter of Author Relics? Using GameStop, and a guy walked in a full Confederate flag. It got real awkward quick. You're gonna look at the assignment guidance. Okay. Let me have a chat with him as an LGBT raccoon, right? Has some words. I also have claws. Yeah, both me and Roots, right? We're not exactly straight, right? But it's so uncomfy because, you know, it was me and Mama Cryptid, and it was just us. We were kind of stuck here. We had no idea. We were like, wow, somebody in the South actually stopping and helping us. That's so nice. Hey, skimmer's caution, just because the times. I'm a little worried about that. But they responded normally to me asking about stuff. So that sounds more like a person. And like, I feel like an AI skimmer, they need to like download it. They need to copy paste it, right? Could they do that? Just reading it live on stream? I don't know if they can. Is AI able to do that yet? Just seeing it on screen, able to copy paste stuff? I think normally you have to like copy paste the words into an AI thing. Unless the person's there and they're actually gonna like manually type up what I show on screen. That's like too much work. I don't know. But yeah, Callie, it's I highly recommend, like, just be a rude person up north. It's so much better than some of the nice quote-unquote people down here in the South. Only thing that show proof it happened at work. Does the author have a name? They do. I think some people in chat are pointing out like it is a little I think there is like a concern of AI stuff. There are like different stuff you can see readings of on YouTube. You can see like readings of people's work on YouTube. Like people read stuff. They do like a poetry reads, poetry slams, and they post that stuff on YouTube. Is that something you could use for your assignment? Man, I'd hate if this was an AI thing and then I got something of author relics into an AI bit. I wouldn't want to do that to them. But, my link in the event to show proof it happened. It works. I'm not sure. But anyway, man, it is getting late though. What, yeah, but like you're saying, like the GameStop and like the Confederate flag overalls. Where do you even buy stuff like that? That's insane. You forgot? Oh no, you're going to use Twitch as a workaround. Okay, okay. Well, at least that sounds a little bit less, not as bot. Okay, okay. Let's see here. What stuff I have real quick. So it's does it have to be fully published, or can it just be my own work? Let me look at what you said earlier. A live reading and write a response. Would you want to read an original work of yours? And you link your channel to my college as proof. It can be short story. That's fine. So let's see. What is the... That doesn't sound too AI. And if it is, it's fine. This is a work I never really cared about in the first place. Let's try and find this real quick. My screen's not going to show it for the first little bit. Oh, attend another author's live reading. Reaching your FA students. So if it has to be an author, if it's not just a writer, I'm seeing author. That might have to be a published work, like somebody live reading their published work. So I'm not sure that works. I don't have any published works here to read for you. So I'm really sorry. So I'm glad you didn't give a sub or something, because then I would have felt really bad that I couldn't do what you needed. But yeah, I don't have any published works here as an official author to read for you. But hey, I hope you're still able to find something here on Twitch and that it helps out. Or, you know, some live on YouTube, something like that. But hey, yeah, an English major, that sounds awesome. That sounds really fun. I'm so sorry if it doesn't meet your deadline though. But Callie has a published work? Are you gonna start a stream? Wait. Thank you for the sub. That's very kind of you. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. But it looks like Callie After Dark, you say you have a published work? Is that, oh, you're very tired. Yeah, I don't know. You said, during the semester, attend another author's live reading, preferably of prose writing, write a thorough review of the event. Works in progress reading featuring MFA students are ideal for this assignment. I don't know if you share your author title or not. If you show it. I wouldn't mind reading like a short little excerpt. I don't know how much you need to have read for it to give you college credit. Let's see here. You don't know what's happening. I think we're helping a college student baby try and get their assignment done. It doesn't sound like they're a bot. I think it's I think it's somebody who needs their assignment done, and that they just need somebody to read something published, and in order to write a review on it to get credit, so that they attended a live reading. And I think since it's Twitch and this is a live stream, it counts as a live reading. So let's see here. Oh, that's all right. Are you doing it then? Well, they said it meant a lot. Okay. I'm so sorry we weren't able to help you too much, but hey, have a wonderful night, hun. And hey, Lord knows I skipped on some college assignments too, and I was just like, I'll just work on the other ones. Don't worry about it too much. Have a wonderful night, Casper, okay? And hey, Callie, thank you for trying to help too. I really appreciate it. But otherwise, it has been 4.5 hours for me. It is past 2 a.m. for this cryptid. I think this cryptid is gonna go ahead and head to bed. But thank you guys so much. You had to get one last one in, huh? Okay, okay, here's your sippy. Are you spamming it? I'm ending the stream right now before you can keep spamming it.